Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an airline pilot, and welcome to one of my very rare couple of live streams right now. You are quickly going to find out why that is the case, but I'm really looking forward to today's flight. We have a brand new Fokker 100 update, and for those of you who haven't noticed, I really do like the Fokker these days. It's a fantastic airplane over here, and I'm really looking forward to getting it on for you guys. Now, let's go ahead and take a few moments to talk about not just the airplane and the update that we've seen, but let's also take the moment to have a look into our airport, because we're in iniBuilds' brand new and upcoming Chicago O'Hare Airport. Thank you very much to iniBuilds for giving me a review copy of the airport, and as you can see, it really looks fantastic. Now, the airport is just a ton better than the previous Chicago airports that were available over here, and I'm really looking forward to flying out of here more often. Now, we are going to have a look into the airport in detail during the video, but just a couple of things here, like look at the ground textures over here. You will also notice the versatility of the different ground textures that you will find all around the airport. The jetways and the terminal buildings are really looking good as well, and depending on where you are at the airport, and that's probably my main point that I like on this one, it doesn't just look good in some places, it looks good in all places. Like, if you remember the previous FS Dream Team scenery, that one looked good at the United terminal, but it really did not look good on the international terminal, and it really did not look good on many of the terminals used, for example, by American Airlines. Oh, looks like they have to do a little work on some of the LOD levels though, because that seems like it needs a little more work there. Alright, so let's go ahead and get right into this one. Now, as I promised in the thumbnail over here, we will do a giveaway of one copy of Chicago Airport towards the end of the live stream today. So the way this is going to work is that during some point in the live stream, I'm going to drop some detail about the Fokker or about Chicago, and at the end of the live stream, I'm going to ask about that detail, and whoever gets it right first is going to win a copy of Chicago O'Hare from iniBuilds by the time that it is getting released. Alright, so we have just talked about the details of what we want to do over here. Now, let's go ahead and talk about some of the details of the flight that we are about to do. Now, as always, we could simply go ahead and have a look into the flight plan in the electronic flight guide, but I just want to guide you through the plan using the actual PDF file, because in my opinion that is just a little bit, you know, easier, and you can see everything a little bit nicer. So let's go ahead and start having a look into that one using the flight plan file from SimBrief. And here it is. Alright, so that's going to be our route from Chicago to Minneapolis, and we are going to depart up to the north, and then basically up to Milwaukee, and then we're going to set course directly to Minneapolis. The weather is absolutely fantastic. A couple of CBs forecast in the area around Chicago, but I'm fairly happy about those because it means that the atmosphere becomes more unstable, and the past couple of days had really bad visibility here in Chicago. I started filming at the airport yesterday, and on my very first approach had to do a go around because of the weather. So yeah, that's where things get a little interesting there. Now, for our airport weather, we are looking at Chicago, currently 5 miles visibility with smoke and 32 degrees, altimeter 3002, and then Minneapolis has fantastic weather over here and is going to stay that way throughout the day as well. Alright, so with that, standard stuff here, leaving Chicago at 18:10, arriving in Minneapolis at 19:23. Weights are all good, cruising level 340 is planned, and then we can decide on the fuel quantity, and they want us to go with 9,800 pounds plus taxi, so call it 10,500 pounds, and then we should be good to go. Alright, so that's our fuel plan. So let's go ahead and get into the Fokker and get ready for today's flight. And hello to all the channel members down here in the chat as well. Plucky Underdog, Daniel Room Tree, and A350 enthusiast. Alright, so follow me inside and let's take a seat on the captain's seat of our Fokker. With that done, I'm also going to start saying tensions in the background there, because there are a couple of really nice new things that I want to talk about with saying tensions AI while we fly. And well, unfortunately at this moment, there is there is actually a little ATC online in Chicago, so might consider doing VATSIM for the outbound flight and then saying tensions back. We'll see about that. Haven't really decided. We can do both, so let's go over with that. Now, A350 enthusiast asks in a comment, which do you prefer, the Fokker 100 or 300? Well, I haven't seen a Fokker 300 yet, but if you mean the 70, then I do prefer the 100, just because it's a little larger, a little more interesting to fly with constraints and stuff like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and power our airplane up. So we got the circuit breakers, which are all in. Then the fuel switches are off, landing gear lever is down. So let's go up here and switch the battery on. And we got more than 28 volts on each side. External power is coming online, and then let's go ahead and go down into the aircraft selection menu, because there is something new down here with the Fokker 1.2 update. And that's the ground air conditioning, which is now available over here as well. So we do have ground power, which is currently supplied through the jetway. And then let's connect ground air as well, so that we get it nice and cool in here without starting the APU straight away. And M68 Ken, good afternoon from Minneapolis. Air quality is bad here too. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Any time that I've flown to Minneapolis in the real world, it's never been that good either, to be honest. But I didn't really want to blame it on the city. In any case, here's our route, Chicago to Minneapolis. And we are scheduled on 10 left, with the arrival on 30 left. We'll see what's actually going to happen here. Now, we've got all the plan in here, so let's go right back into the aircraft menu, import SimBrief payload. For the fuel weight, we are going to go for 10,500, like this, and we can do realistic refueling, please. Now, one thing that they still have to do here is to change the fuel gauge. It's still kilogram only. They haven't implemented the pound option just yet, but hey, there's hope that they're gonna do it soon. Alright, so let's go ahead and bring up all our screens, like that, and then on this side here as well, number 1 and number 2. Okay, so the IRSs are gonna go into nav as well, and then let's start with our system tests. So engine number 1 is looking good. Then we got engine number 2. And that is looking good as well. For some reason with this update, the checklists do seem to stay once again, and we have to click them away. That did exist in the past, but they fixed it now, so well, there's that. Okay, APU fire test is looking good. Smoke test is good. Then let's do the enunciators here. And that's checked as well. Alright, finally, GPWS.
Flight slow.
And A350 enthusiasts. Business class member for 5 months. Hello from London. Just purchased my first PC after 2 years of Xbox. Mate, you are going to enjoy all the additional add-ons that you will find available. I'm sure that you're absolutely gonna love those. Alright, system tests are in progress. Then let's turn on the voice recorder. Voice recorder test, that's all looking good. And the nav and logo lights are gonna come on. Refueling is in progress. So we are gonna leave the seatbelt sign off for the time being. And then we're basically done over here. And yeah, 350 enthusiasts, Phoenix and GSX is first. I do absolutely believe that. I do absolutely believe that. Alright, now let's go ahead and turn up a couple of the lights over here. Like that. And then we can go down into the FMS and just start an initial piece of setup here. Alright, now the zoom works. So, Fokker 28 Mark 100, MK620 engine, nav database up to date, and we're going from Kilo Oscar Romeo Delta to Kilo Mike Sierra Papa. Alright, like that, and insert. And Scorp, hi, nice to see you here. And GWPH, hi, nice to see you here as well. So, SimRefruit is loaded, the coordinates are looking good, so let's align the IRS. And then we can go back into the system setup for the time being. So let's just go down here, and we are going to get a couple of services. We will start the day with catering service, so that we got some fresh coffee available on board. And then we can go right down into the charts over here, and get the airport charts. So, departure, taxi, and we'll get the airport chart and the parking gates, please. And for the departure, we will select the O'Hare 9 departure. So, that's all looking good. Now, let's bring that airport chart up for the time being. And that is looking fantastic here. So, we do have all that stuff. Then, ATIS is on 135.4. So, let's go ahead and grab that. So that's 1215 here, and then 135.4. Here we go. Okay, so let me get my headset out. And GWPH gifted 5 memberships. Wow, thank you very much, my friend. That's really appreciated. Okay, so let's go ahead then and get our ADAS. So we're gonna select that. We're gonna switch it up over here.
Simultaneous parallel departures in use. Expect to initially fly runway heading on departure. Pilots must go back direction of turns by ATC. Pilots use caution for bird activity in the vicinity of the airport.
Something that I really appreciate about the Fokker is the ability to write stuff down over here.
Frequency. Use caution for personnel and equipment at numerous sites on the field. Nighttime configuration in
and Mateos, what is my opinion on the Embraer 195 E2 versus A220? Honestly, I think both are just as good. I really think both are just as good. But let's get into that in flight. Let's just copy the ATIS now.
07 Zulu. Arriving runways 27 center, 28 center, 27 right. Departing runways 28 right, 22 left. Wind 260 at 7, gusting 17. Visibility 5. Smoke. Broken at 4600. Broken at 8000. Temperature 32, dew point 21. Altimeter 3002. Density altitude 2700 feet. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if flight following is requested.
Okay, good. So we're done with that ATIS. The rest is just clutter. Alright, so let's put that away. Okay, so Mateos, let's just get back to your question there. As a new CPI pilot, do you recommend any cadet program in particular? No, not really. I mean, take the first job you can. And that's, you know, get 1,000 hours. Then you have a choice. But Embraer E2 or A220, I mean, doesn't make too much of a difference. I think the Embraer is still a little more widespread these days, so maybe that's something. Okay, cool. So, we got that. Then let's go into the FMS setup down here and just make sure we get that stuff ready. Also, catering is still in progress. Once they're done, we can start the boarding, but that's going to be for later. And one last check here, cabin air 21 degrees, looks good. And that's because we have the external air conditioning unit available now. Alright, but for now, let's go right into the FMS and start a bit of a setup work down there. I really wish we could just put our electronic flight back down here. Unfortunately, we can't yet. So, that's that. Now, RF aviation, that's a very good question down there in the chat. Hello from Frankfurt, do you use headphones or a speaker? Always find it hard listening to VATSIM on a speaker. What I do is to put all the sounds from the simulator on my speakers, but then to put VATSIM on my headset. And thereby you can easily listen to ADC and still check out and still hear everything nicely. And Matt F, what do I think about the Synaptic stream? Honestly, I haven't watched it. I just didn't have the time yet. Dread Zeppelin, you're fantastic. Thank you first of all for the $10 donation. And Servus from Atlanta, fantastic Chicago scenery. Waiting to see what the GSX stunt drivers will do with it. Oh, believe me, we are going to try to force something today with GSX. Alright, nonetheless, Chicago to Minneapolis is up here, and alternate Kilo Lima Sierra Echo, and that is indeed what has been planned. Cost NX35, that seems to be correct for American Airlines, and then flight level 340 is correct as well. The temperature up there is -42, so let's put that in, and the tropopause is in 48,000. So let's put that up there as well. Then average wind 294 at 23. Like this. And here we go. Alright, so for the flight plan, we're departing Chicago. And, well, let's just have a quick look into the runways here. The ATIS says it's either 28 right or 22 left. Let's just see where those runways are, because Chicago is a hugely complex airport. So 28 right is down here, we're parking up here. And then 22 left is over here. Well, I guess it's going to be 28 then, because we are departing northbound. So it makes more sense to go for runway 28. So let's plan 28 right for the time being. So 28 right, here it is. No sit, that's correct. And then it's going to be radar vectors up to Pumpkin. For the arrival into MSP, let's start with a star. Alright, let's approach 30 left, sounds good. We got the, I think it's the killer arrival. Well, let me have a look, and let's hope that YouTube isn't going to demonetize me for that name, but this thing is literally called the killer arrival. So, I'm going to have to fight that out if something happens. Alright, we're coming in from Kama. So that's Kama selected down here, no transition necessary. Insert and return. So that's it. Now, let's have a quick look through our flight plan. Plan mode, 30-mile range. Interesting, without an aligned IRS, we don't seem to get to view that. Or, actually, yeah, we do. Okay, that's fine. So, Pumpkin, Nido, Dallin, Ronick, Kama. That thing literally called Beer 1. That's how it reads. That's really how it reads to me. Okay, all then, let's continue all the way down, and all that stuff is looking good over here. So the flight plan's looking good, so let's go for our performance. And now that our catering is still in progress, waiting for your action, open forward door. What's going on in the setting? It deselected GSX handling. Okay. Well, now the door's open. Now the forward door service can start. And Roger Sonda Hora, boa tarde. Now that sounds a little similar to a greeting in Portuguese, I guess. But I'm afraid I don't speak Portuguese except for general bom dia. So if you could write that in English, that'd be much appreciated. Now 20.5 going into the block fuel, and the zero fuel weight is 70.6. Wow, A350 enthusiast, thank you so much for the £10 donation. Really appreciate it. Setup tour when? Also, do you work for Lufthansa with a Lufthansa flight plan format? We can definitely do a setup tour. Even though probably not on this live stream, but I'll think about what I can do there. And no, I don't work for Lufthansa, but the flight plan format that Lufthansa uses comes closest to what my airline uses as well. My airline's exact format is not available in SimBrief, but this is close enough for my taste. Alright, so, would you look at that? Does it allow me to enter a reserve? No. Okay, well then we're just going to keep 5%. The alternate is 2.6, and I think, nope, it doesn't allow us to enter that either. And the extra fuel is 2.0. Well, that one I can enter, I know that. Alright, now maximum and optimum are both 350, then cruise level 340 looks correct for that. So let's just go down and do our takeoff calculations. For that, first of all, let's have another look into the chart here. And just with that, 28 right, unfortunately we don't have any intersection figures. Because there is no LASO data, no nothing, and there is nothing published for the United States. So what I'm going to do here, because we might get something like Golf Golf or Echo Echo even. So, yeah, what are we gonna do there? I think we'll just take 28 right. And, well, do we have a scale somewhere on that chart? Should be one. Somewhere. Yeah, down there it is. So let's see. We're gonna go in feet today, because we're flying in the US. This is 3,000 feet, so yeah. I'd say Echo Echo is probably 3,000 feet down the runway. So what I'm going to do here is to go for the performance. We are departing from Kilo Oscar Romeo Delta. And our runway is going to be 28 right, 13,000 feet length, and for the takeoff shift, we'll just insert a 3,000 foot shift, and that should be it, huh? Then let's import the live weather, and let's just go down for our takeoff weight, which is 80,700 pounds. So, let's see, we're looking for 80,700, like that. Calculate. And yeah, would you look at that? V2's reached 5,143 foot down the runway, so that's gonna be absolutely easy. And Boxinator, am I going to be flying on VATSIM as there is full ATC coverage? I'm telling you honestly, I plan to showcase a couple of Say Intentions AI features, but full VATSIM ATC is of course something. Now, I'll tell you what, guys. You guys comment down there in the chat, and then we can always just log on to VATSIM if that is what you guys want me to do. Alright, we do have the takeoff data here, so that's 129.29.36. Oh wow, and King Jerome, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Really appreciate it there, and welcome to all the new members. And Boxinator, you can use Say Intentions when you get closer to Minneapolis. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Alright, so acceleration altitude 1600. Why is that out of range? Probably 1680, so that it is exactly 1,000 above the ground. Yep, that's what it is. And Plucky Underdog, yeah, I do absolutely agree with you. VATSIM is definitely better when coverage is available. There is no doubt about that. We all know how good AI is at the moment, and, you know, it's... Oh, that looks interesting. You know, AI is getting better all the time, but of course nothing's as good as a real human just yet. Alright, well then what we're gonna do is log on here American 1317, that's an F100. And then we are connected to VATSIM, so let's just hope that nobody is on our stand, because that is something that is unfortunately not completely unrealistic to expect. But this actually looks okay. Alright. That's looking good. And then I just disconnected Say Intentions, and yeah, here we are. So that is looking good indeed. Well then, let me quickly pre-file our flight plan, so that the controllers have it available. And then it's going to be VATSIM for the departure, and then we'll see whether there is ATC online in Minneapolis. If there is, we'll stay in VATSIM. If there is not, then we're going to switch over to Say Intentions. And Tom0172, is Say Intentions ready for non-normal situations? Actually, they are doing quite some about that. And Pisca Spaces, yes, their vectoring is fixed. It is working really well now. That's one of the things that I was about to show, but we'll see about it. We'll see about it. And 738 enthusiast. Yeah, this is the Fokker 100 from Just Flight. Just received a new update, and honestly, I love this airplane. It's a bit of a pity that you guys don't seem to like it too much. I just do notice that a lot from the amount of views that these get. I mean, even the fact that we only have 90 viewers on the stream right now. You know, normally I would expect like 150 or 200 or so. Okay, let's go for boarding now. So yeah, the Fokker just isn't that popular with simmers, but not too much air problem. Okay, so we got that stuff. Then let's just do a very quick systems check. And over here, everything's set, everything's set. Can turn the strobes to auto already. Up here, everything is set, and over here, everything is set. Now, lovely boarding music there. Alright, so the flight directors are coming on, constraints, airports, and traffic are selected. And then let's do the same stuff over here, and that is looking good. Alright, standby attitude is aligned, and well, then we do just have to get the VATSIM here. A350 enthusiast, no, I do not have a multi-monitor set up. Alright, so let's just get the ATIS again.
Smoke. Ceiling 4,600 broken. 8,000 broken.
Just to make sure that we got the VATSIM ATIS now.
2.21. Altimeter 3002. Arrivals expect vectors ILS runway 27 center approach. ILS
and
runway
Daniel.
27 right approach. ILS runway 28 center approach. Simultaneous approach is in use. Departures expect runways 22 left 27 from TT 960 feet AVL. Notices to air missions runway 4 left. Runway 22 right closed. Runway 22 right localizer out of service. Runway 28 left right slope out of service. Runway 9er left him out of service. Runway 9er center him out of service. Runway 10 left him out of service. Runway 10 right him out of service. Runway 27 right him out of service. Runway 28 left him out of service. Runway 28 right him out of service. Runway 9er left precision approach path indicator out of service. Runway 27 right precision
what's going on here?
path indicator out of service.
It's like the entire airport out of service?
Hold short instructions. Pilots use caution for
now imagine that, VATSIM controllers to come online just to close the airport down.
For men and equipment at numerous sites on the field. When ready to taxi, contact L on frequency 121.6. Advise on initial contact. You have information Lima. O'Hare International Airport ATIS information Lima 1707 Zulu. 1260 at 7 just 17. Visibility 5. Smoke. Ceiling 4,600 broken. 8,000 broken. Temperature 32. 2.21. Altimeter 3002. Arrivals expect vectors ILS runway 27 center approach.
Okay, so that's our ATIS on board now.
Right approach.
Loads of stuff in there. So delivery has sent us a PDC and expect runway 27 left at Tango Tango. Alright, so 27 left, then we just gotta redo our takeoff over here. So, sit, runway 27 left, here it is. Alright, insert that, then a very quick look at to where that is exactly. So 27 left is up here. Alright, so literally just taxi up here and that's it. Alright, cool. O'Hare 9 departure. We got two constraints that we gotta meet here. That's from Golf Charlie Oscar VOR 5.5 DME above 3000, 8.5 above 4000. So let's go ahead and tune Golf Charlie Oscar. And unfortunately we don't have a fixed page where we could put that, but that's gonna work nonetheless. So Chicago 27 left is gonna go in here, and then let's just redo our takeoff performance. So we got 27 left out of Tango Tango, so up here. Well, we don't have intersection distances available, but we do have the lasso distance on the opposite, which is 8,780. So what I'm going to do here is to cheat a little bit. Then let's go ahead, reselect the runway onto 27 left, like this. And then let's just select 0 feet shift, like this. And now we just had a lasso distance of 8,780. So let's go ahead and just use that for our takeoff run available. So 8,780, like this. We'll cheat here, but I think that's gonna work rather well. So speeds are unchanged, all looking good, and 50 degrees flex. Here we go. Okay, that's all fantastic. So everything is in here, and then we're pretty much all done. So let's go ahead and do our takeoff. Actually, no, before we do the takeoff briefing, why don't we just quickly have a look into the IFR clearance, which we've already gotten through the VATS and PDC. So, let's have a look at the PDC. That's American 1317 with a Fokker 100. Departure Chicago, destination Minneapolis. Route Pumpkin, Nito, Dallin, Ronik, Kama, and Killer 4 arrival. Flight level 340, squawk 3543. Like that. Remarks, cleared O'Hare 9 departure, climb by a SID, maintain 5000. And here we go, 5000. Expect level 340, expect runway 27 left at Tango Tango, departure frequency 119.0. I'm just gonna put that up here, just as a reminder. Alright, 119.0, and jets maintain 250 until advised. Contact 121.675 when ready at taxi. So 121.675 is set right down here, and that's it. And Plucky Underdog, yeah, you are definitely going to get... You're definitely going to get Lufthansa day at work, and I do like A350 enthusiasts' suggestion there for wide body in domestic service.
Is complete.
I like that. We're gonna do that. Even though I can't tell you exactly when, because tomorrow I'm gonna go fly for 3 days in the real world. But when I'm back, I think I'll probably find some time to start recording. Okay, so maintain 250 until advised, so let's just dial 250 up here, and then we're done with all of our setup. The boarding is also just completed, so let's just say hello to our passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and in the name of American Airlines, welcome aboard of our Fokker 100 on our flight to Minneapolis. Today's flight time will be 1 hour and 10 minutes, and we're expecting flight time. Well, we're expecting a smooth flight. For the time being, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride with us, and we'll get back to you with the latest weather when we're on approach to Minneapolis. Thank you very much for your attention, and again, welcome aboard. Alright, so they are dealt with. Something I forgot earlier is the flight ID. Let's just do that now. That's Alpha Lima 1317. Okay, so far so good. Then we got that stuff on board. Squawk is in. Everything's set, so let's start with the checklists, please. By the way, my apologies that in the Fokker I'm kind of always reading the checklist from down here. I'm remembering whether I've done stuff, but if I start looking around the flight deck for all those items, then looking back down all the time, that's just something, you know, when you're looking around that much, it can really increase the VRAM usage, and that's what I want to avoid. And the A350 enthusiast, am I going somewhere tropical? Kinda. Okay, so, we're pretty much done with that stuff. So, let's go ahead and do the checklists. So that's circuit breakers checked, fuel levers shut, landing gear selector down, batteries on, external power on, IRS nav, emergency lights armed, exterior lights set, emergency equipment checked, oxygen checked, MFDs on, test panel checked, flight recorder on, aircraft documents on board. Circuit breakers checked, pins and covers on board, oxygen on, overhead panel checked, main instrument panel checked, altimeters, haven't done that yet. So there's 3002, and that is set 2 times. Okay, pedestal checked, park and brake set, fuel quantity Now that one down here is kilograms only, but on the overhead you have the pounds. So that's 10,500 pounds. Looking good. Okay, so visibility checked and crew briefing to go. So let's get right into the briefing here. And I'm gonna do it the Airbus style, because generally the Fokker avionics are pretty much Airbus style. So let's do it that way. So we are going to depart from Chicago's runway 27 left, and we got the O'Hare 9 departure, which is on the runway heading until radar vectors are received. Climb to 5,000, MSA 3,600, and we have extra fuel and time. 1,100 pounds, giving us 10 minutes extra. Okay then, 4-hour taxi, no hotspots, and, well, maybe one hotspot there. We are a little, we are a little unfamiliar with Chicago, especially with the current layout of Chicago. I did fly to FS Dream Team's Chicago a couple times, but now iniBuilds is actually the current layout of the real airport, so things may be a little bit different than what we were used to from the airport previously. So, in other words, simply careful taxi, no stunts. If we don't know where to go, stop and ask ATC. Okay, next up, we've got a stop margin of some 3,000 feet here, 5,100 required, 8,700 available. So yeah, stop margin is about 3,000 feet, and the engine out sits straight at 25 miles to pick up the holding, and we can come back to Chicago at any time. If we come back, we are below the maximum landing weight, so there's nothing preventing us from doing that straight away. And apart from that, I've got nothing special or non-standard. And threats for today's departure, well, not so familiar with the operation here at Chicago, so we will just take things slowly. Any questions, stop, or in the air, clarify with our traffic control. You have any questions on the departure briefing? That is not gonna count. So let's go over to the ground frequencies, and then we are gonna call for pushback there. And PK Russo, have I had a chance to look at the FS Labs update? Unfortunately not yet. I wanted to do it this morning, but unfortunately it didn't work. Well, for me, I couldn't find the time to do it. So I haven't had to look at it yet, but I do hope that I'm going to be able to do it soon. With a bit of luck tomorrow, but we'll see about it. We'll see about it.
Alright, we can take
okay, so everything's done down here. So let's tell GSX to prepare the position for pushback and departure. And then the APU is available now, so we can turn off the external power. The signs are on, that's all looking good, so let's just talk to ground real quick. Cockpit ground. Go ahead, please confirm, all doors and hatches are closed, ground equipment removed, and the bypass pin is installed. That's all confirmed. Roger that, stand by.
Limber 4479, roger.
Okay, so, now's the big question. If I need to guess, this is ramp control, so on that we don't need to ask for a pushback clearance. That would match the fact that the clearance we got via ACARS said don't bother and just, don't bother and call for taxi. So that's what we're gonna do. Nonetheless, a quick check outside to make sure that there is no traffic behind us. But look at that, all clear. Alright, fantastic. So then, transponder on, let's do the before start procedure here. And before start checklist, please. So, seatbelts on, fuel panel set, window and probe heat on, takeoff data checked and set, transponder on, windows and doors closed, arms lights. Is announced, then let's remove everything down here. Okay, and the beacon is on, before start checklist complete. So, ground from cockpit. Pushback and startup are approved. And we are going to spot 4. Okay, release brakes, please.
Limber 4479, monitor ground 121.75. 2175 on brake 44.
Okay, starting the push. And Charlie, B757, welcome to the economy class.
Your comfort and safety is our highest priority, so we kindly request that you remove
And A350 enthusiast, no, my affiliate link does unfortunately not have a discount. But you can always try the free Say Intentions demo for 24 hours and see how you like it before you give them any money. Okay, so let's go ahead and start engine 2.
lift the top of the buckle. We recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened at all times when seated, even when the seatbelt sign is off.
So, N2.
Has a number of emergency exits. The cabin crew is pointing those out to you now. Please take a moment to locate your nearest exit, remembering that it may be behind you. Life vests are located under your seat. To use
By the way, is it just me or do we barely have any sounds over here?
around your waist and pull to tighten.
Chicago ramp, good day. Air Canada 448 heavy requesting taxi.
I mean, we do hear some
Air
sounds.
Canada
Maybe I've just
448
turned them too
heavy,
quiet.
metering, information mic is now current, monitor ground 1 to 1.75.
Alright, so that's a good start on the right engine, start on the left engine. And the pushback is completed, set brakes. Brake set. So, N2. N1. And here's 15%. And, Pisky Spaces, are you allowed to use non-standard airport layouts on VATSIM? I don't think you are. I mean, I didn't use VATSIM too extensively over the past year or so, so if anything changed, then I may not know for sure, but I don't think you are allowed to use non-standard layouts. Okay, ground. We have 2 good starts. You're clear to disconnect. Show me the pin on the left-hand side and have a wonderful day. Bye now. Ooh, look at that. Lovely A350 there. And Bennett, right now we're using VATSIM, but I am using Say Intentions with the AI expansion normally. Alright, so here's the tuck, there's the tow bar, then we're just waiting for the pin. But why not just do the procedure real quick? Okay, and there's the pin received. Then let's go for the before taxi checklist. NEIs off, APU off, alert lights out, flaps 0, trims. Now, that should be 20.5. Let's set that real quick. Just gotta love that sound, huh? Alright, and here's 20.5. Looking good. Okay, so trims are set and the ground equipment is removed. B4 taxi checklist completed. Background, good afternoon, American 1317, request taxi.
American 1317, O'Hare metering, information mic is now current, monitor ground 1 to 1.75.
Monitor 12175, American 1317. And Jack Wilkinson, am I busy with real life flying at the minute? Well, this month is kinda okay, but I'm gonna go into a real world flight tomorrow for 3 days.
Cabin secured.
Okay, thank you very much. So, we were told to monitor the ground, so that's what I'm doing. Monitor means wait and he will call you. And Tom0172, will I ever get the 5090? Probably not, because I got a 4090. The 5090 is just marginally faster and would cost me a couple $1,000. So I'm probably going to wait until the 60 series comes out, or until my 4090 dies.
American 1317, O'Hare, runway 27 left at Tango Tango for departure. Go straight out Alpha 16 and then follow Air Canada.
Very good afternoon, American 1317. Taxi 27 left, Tango Tango, straight at, and follow the Air Canada. Okay, well, that's the Air Canada.
Number 4479, give way to American at Alpha 16.
Alpha 16 will give way to American for Limerick 4479.
United 201, monitor 120.
Okay, so the Air Canada is on Bravo, so we are going to go up to Bravo. So the Lindbergh is giving way. That's got to be that CRJ over there.
Heavy left Tango Tango, monitor 12075.
Left Tango Tango, monitor 12075, Air Canada 48, bye-bye.
Alright, we are in front of him, and he is far enough away. Now, look at this. Something that I really like about the new iniBuilds Chicago is all the different ground textures over here. They're really, really versatile, and you really get to see all the different details. iniBuilds have done an awesome job on that. Alright, now let's go for our taxi procedure here. Ooh. We are taxiing faster than I thought we are. That's why you got 2 pilots in the real world. Okay, so flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral, and the rudder is checked. Alright then, ATS, nav, prof. And then the Air Canada did go the first to the left here, towards Tango Tango. Then there's United departing, there's an Air Canada Heavy, and we need 2 minutes behind the Heavy anyway, so there is no reason to rush on this taxi. Okay, so taxi at checklist. Nav system set, FMP set, fuel levers open, lift dumpers on, transponder is checked, and flight controls checked. Taxi out checklist complete. Then let me just go for the takeoff config. And that is looking good. And one more thing that I just need to do real quick is to go down into the options and turn off the rudder axis steering, because I just got the new wind control tiller, and I'm really looking forward to doing
American
that review.
1317, Lindbergh 4479, American 1600, you can all monitor tower 120.75.
12075, American 1317, see ya.
120.75, American 1600, good weekend.
448 Heavy O'Hare Tower, runway 27 left, Tango lap and wait.
Okay, and then 190 is going to be the departure frequency. Like that.
440 O'Hare Tower, you ready to go?
Alright, so we're number 1. I do like that a lot. And auto throttle armed.
Air Canada 448, expect to hold, I'm sorry.
Problem, Air Canada 448.
United 343, I want to make a
And that message you heard in the background there was the Air Canada thanking me for the good work. Well, thank you very much, Air Canada.
Papa Golf Hotel to right, United 343.
And Charlie, you are right. I am also surprised that I didn't have any GSX Fokker, but we got a couple more chances on today's flight. I'm sure it's eventually going to serve us.
Cross 2 red, Golf Continental call ground 5251, thanks for your help.
Alright then.
554, hello.
Fokker mic set, and landing lights off for now. They're in position. The Air Canada is still waiting there as well. By the way, that Air Canada is positioned like really far forward. If you look at the lineup, you know, this should be your takeoff position, not this. That's easily 100 meters of runway that's basically wasted, because runway behind you doesn't really help. Now, Captain Scene, do I prefer the Airbus or the Boeing? Oh, absolutely the Airbus. It's a much more comfy place to work. I don't care about, you know, design philosophies and stuff like that, and which avionic layout may look better or not. I don't care about that. All of them work. But what I do care about is the nicest possible workplace, because we're spending hundreds of hours in there every year, and the more comfortable it is, the more I like it. And both Airbus and Boeings build fantastic aircraft.
Number 2 Lima Alpha O'Hare Tower, you up?
Now, Coda236 asked a little earlier, how good is the nose wheel steering in the FS 2024? Honestly,
Air Canada 448, turn right heading.
It's quite okay.
Fly runway heading this frequency, runway 127 left, Tango, Tango, clear for takeoff. Fly runway heading 27 left at Tango, Tango, clear for takeoff, Air Canada 440. American 1317 O'Hare, run 27 left, Tango, Tango, line up and wait.
American 1317, 27 left, Tango Tango, line up and wait.
Twister 564 Heavy, I gave you landing clearance, correct?
Sorry about that, please repeat.
Did I give you landing clearance? Just a second.
Alright.
Yeah, you gave me the clearance to land.
Thanks. German cargo 440, turn left heading 200, runway 22 left, clear for takeoff, no delay, traffic from the 6 mile final for 28 center.
Okay, so B4 takeoff checklist.
Correction, immediate
Cabin ready, takeoff, config normal, brakes checked, strobes on, transponder Tara, weather radar on, crew briefing completed, holding at the takeoff clearance. Then let's give the cabin the signal to sit down.
Okay, 342 cross to your right edge, Golf kind of ground point 9.
Hey, car shooter.
And Alpha 350, A330 tomorrow. Yep.
440 heavy, turn right heading 040. Right 040, Canada 448 heavy.
Chicago Tower, November 172 miles, November 1.
172 miles, O'Hare Tower, 27 center, taxi via November 2, November, Mike Delta.
By November 2, November, Mike Delta for 27 left.
Air Canada 448, contact Chicago departure. Air Canada 448, heavy, contact Chicago departure. Over to Chicago departure, Air Canada 448, heavy, thanks for that. German cargo 440, nice work, contact Chicago departure 119.0. Departure 190, good luck. German cargo 40. Emirates 140, heavy, O'Hare Tower, you ready?
So I think they probably have parallel departures on one of the other runways. That's probably the reason why we are waiting around right now. And Charlie, if we're flying westbound, we will probably fly over your house. Well, we are flying westbound. And Zach, man, that's really nice to read. Hey Manuel, you taught me how to fly the A320 and MSFS and inspired me in a way I never thought anyone could do. Just wanted to say thank you so much for that. Well, thank you very much, Zach. Really appreciate it.
Taxi instructions. Something coming wrong with my itinerary. American 1600. Just you're in the takeoff line. Just hold position. Hold position. 1600. American 1317. Fly runway heading this frequency. Runway 27 left. Tango clear for takeoff.
Flight runway heading your frequency 27 left, clear takeoff, American 1317.
And 1317, just caution the wake craft. Previous departure was heavy, Air Canada 777.
Alright, you ready? Timing, stabilized, set takeoff thrust.
Hey, Tango 27 left, line up and wait, Limerick 4479.
And actually while we're on it, let's just disarm those two modes.
Taxi, when able to taxi right,
check.
And full short to right, this is 56 left.
American 1600, you're going to follow that Lindbergh, but hold short of 2 at 7 left where he's at.
E11, rotate.
American 1600, go down, please.
Positive climb.
Gear up.
American 1600, you're going to follow that Lindbergh in front of you, but you're going to hold short 27 left for now. Hold short 27 left.
Okay, pull heading.
American 1317, turn right heading 040.
Right, 040, American 1317.
Blister 564, heavy, safe parking.
Sorry, please repeat.
Alright,
Fine.
level change.
American 1317, contact Chicago departure.
Over to departure, 1317. Chicago departure, American 1317, 2600, climbing 5000, turning heading 040.
American 1317, Chicago departure, radar contact, fly heading 020 now, climb maintain 15,000.
Heading 020, climb maintain 15,000, American 1317. 020 and...
Runway 2, designated clear through the ramp, thank you very much for the...
15,000.
Yeah, clear, thanks.
Alright, that instruction came right as we were turning through 020, so we overshot that heading slightly. But no problem at all. Here we are. So, 250 knots.
1317, clear direct Pumpkin.
Clear direct Pumpkin, American 1317. Okay, direct 2, Pumpkin. And that looks good. Nav. Then we are going to keep it on level change instead of VNAV, because they have that rule here in Chicago that you have to maintain 250 until advised by air traffic control, and that's exactly what we are going to do. Alright, so let's trim it out. I just absolutely love the way that the Fokker flies manually. It's so good. I mean, look at that. You can see my control column in the bottom there. I'm literally off the controls, and that thing maintains its level.
Chicago departure, how you doing? Bloomberg 4479,
That's just,
2.6.
you know, that's how this is supposed to work. And it's really a pity that with so many add-on aircraft, it just doesn't work that way. But Just Flight's flight models have always been among my favorite for exactly those reasons.
Letter 4479, Chicago departure, radar contact, clear direct Pumpkin.
So, autopilot 1.
Alright, 15.
And then we can do the after takeoff checklist, please. So, altimeters, QNH 3002, and MFDs checked. After takeoff checklist complete.
4106, Chicago, approach, runway 28 center.
28 center, United 210.
American 1317, contact Chicago, center 134.87.
134.87, American 1317, see ya. Chicago Center, good afternoon, American 1317, out of 9,000 for 15,000 in Mount Pumpkin.
American 1317, Chicago Center, climb and maintain flight level 340, resume normal speed.
Climb and maintain 340 normal speed to American 1317. Okay. Profile, and then 340. Set and checked.
Flying 66, 1 feet.
And line channel, what the hell are those disco noises? What disco noises? I don't hear anything the likes.
636, that's fine, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Alright, passing 10,000, lights remain on since we're in the United States. But the seatbelts can go off already, and... should have set the departure field elevation, my mistake there. But that's it. Okay. Amanda Corio. No, I'm not using ActiveSky. I'm just using standard. Microsoft Flight Simulator.
4367, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Oh, GWPH. It's the trim that disco noise. Okay, well that makes sense. That absolutely does make sense. Oh god, Dread Zeppelin 7. Man, that was good. That was good. Haven't seen a German so happy with a Fokker since von Richthofen. Oh god. Oh god. That's an evil one, but exactly my type of humor. Now, Charlie, why are the FMAs always boxed? Well, it's just the way that Fokker has designed this. Honestly, it's just the way they've designed this. I know that, especially coming from an Airbus, it can be confusing, it can be strange. See that. Oh, we do have an icing caution there. Engine anti-ice on.
November 5 Vector, clear.
And tell you what, let's give it some wing and tail anti-ice as well momentarily.
Direct to Medi, maintain 250 knots, November 5 Victor.
And Jukebox, that's me, the CRJ behind you. Hey there. And Coda, did you ever do a dedicated chart series? I started it, but I'm not 100% sure right now if I've finished it. But if you just search for the term charts on the search box on the channel, you should be able to find something.
Lufthansa 926, contact Chicago approach, 119.0.
A350 enthusiast, Emmy, would you suggest the Tobii eye tracker? That depends on your type of flying. I did use mine for a while, but I mostly found myself using it when I flew VFR, because it was very easy to look around while having your hands on the controls. When flying airliners, I kinda prefer just to use the knob on my joystick to look around, because that way, or my mouse, because that way I have a more stable view and it's easier to operate buttons.
423, cross Obapi at or above 2,600, cleared on every runway 28 approach, report the turn on to final. Cross Obapi at or above 2,600, cleared on
Line channel, have I ever flown to Australia? No. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance. In the real world, that is. On the channel, we did. Alright, we're out of icing, and here we go. Then can switch all of that off. Alright. Now, let me quickly get those sunshades in play over here. Because in the real world, it would definitely look something like this right now. And the same goes for you as well, like this. Alright. We would absolutely be flying like that. With, you know, with a thick cloud layer like the one we have out here, it's really so bright outside because the sun is reflecting from all of that. It's so bright that even with the sunglasses, it would really be pretty blinding for your eyes, even with sunglasses on.
Delta 3468, contact Chicago approach, 119.0. 109.0, Delta.
And Canuva Man, wow, Amy, you remember when you flew the Fokker into Bristles the other night and I asked you for the next live stream? Finally, it seems you found the time for it. Yeah, absolutely.
35, Indy is closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
By the way, a fantastic look at the lake down there and at the countryside north of Chicago. Alright, set standard. I kinda like how quiet it is in here. So, standard is cross-checked, passing flight level 184 now. Checked. And then let's turn the landing lights off as well. Matthews, A220 versus E-Jets versus 737 and 320 debate for new pilots. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. So,
clear to direct holds.
Generally speaking, any of them is gonna do the job, because any of those aircraft is really going to get you flying hours on a CS-25 certified aircraft. And that's most importantly for that's really most important for a new pilot. Now, depending on where you are, I would say the A320 is probably the best of those aircraft. And that's because the A320 is the most widespread around the world. Your first job is very likely not going to be the job that you will spend your most time in aviation. So, you are very, very likely to be changing airlines after your first job, because, let's admit it, only a super minority of pilots is lucky enough to get to a good carrier for the first job. Most have to go to some sort of low cost, somewhere where they don't want to live, you know, that type of stuff. And with that, the A320 type rating is going to get you into most airlines around the world. Now, the 737 would be next after that, because, well, it's the second in line. And honestly, A220 versus E-Jets, I mean, I would probably say A220, because there are loads of A220s that are still getting sold these days, much more than Embraers. Therefore, your chance to land a job on an A220 is probably better than on an E-Jet. But you see that I'm really only and exclusively basing my opinion on the career perspective on an airplane type, and not at all on, you know, avionics, philosophies, fly-by-wire, handling characteristics. That stuff doesn't matter. If you can fly one airline, you can fly any other. It's just to get hours, and then to see
Chicago Center, good.
And then to see about your further career. Anything else doesn't matter for your first airplane type. And yeah, Matt, my first company, that was indeed as a 350 enthusiast, just said in the comments. Now, Coda236, how's the tiller? Is it dampened? Yes, it is dampened, and honestly, it's really good. Like, when I'm using the wind control tiller and A350 enthusiast, I am sorry, but please do delete that message. Well, I probably have to do it myself here.
Right turn heading
if I could.
0 to set and maintain flight 250.
Right turn heading 090 to set and maintain level 250, United 1775.
Alright.
201 radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Nonetheless, wrapping on the way here, and
United 1689, can we get a handoff as well?
up and on the way here, got a little time, so let me just go through the chat there. And Charlie, either your neighbors are on vacation again, or the internet gods are on your side. Yeah, probably the second thing. Probably the second thing. Now, it's an experiment for me as much as it is for you guys, but I really hope that it's going to work better here. I did reduce my settings a little bit, especially the bitrate, so that I'm kind of hoping that I should be able to do this. And I am watching my own live stream on my own iPad while I'm flying, so you can see I'm looking around here, and it actually all appears smooth, and I do really appreciate that. By the way, there's a new feature here on the electronic flyback of the Fokker, and that's that you can actually get your own route on there. It's neat, isn't it? Was one of those things that I really hoped they would do, and they absolutely followed through on it. I like that.
We would like to amend our cruise altitude.
And A350 enthusiast, no, my ISP didn't really fix the internet all too much, but right now it seems a little bit more stable, so we'll just have to try it more often. Now, the good news is that at the end of the month, I got 2 weeks of holidays, and apart from the week that I'm going to spend in Wacken, I am absolutely going to aim to do another live stream or two in that time, so there's hope. There's hope. Now, Pope363, in real life, is the A330 in pitch also very sensitive and sluggish in bank? Oh, you bet it is. Now, pitch in Airbus aircraft's always easy, because you simply command a G-load with the side stick, the plane follows through in it, and that's it. So pitch control, very easy. Honestly, if you do very small input, the A330 is very gentle in pitch. You just can't rate the side stick. If you treat your side stick like you're treating other sticks, then yeah, that's not gonna work. But that's not how Airbus designed the airplane to be flown. They just want smooth inputs, and when you do them, it's easy going. The bank is a different story though. Airbus wanted to give you the sense of flying something with a huge mass, and yeah, the plane is very sluggish in bank.
United 423 wind calm.
I mean, you do get used to it. By now, I don't even feel it anymore, but it is what it happens. It is how it is. You just gotta get used to it, and when you are, then you can fly the A330 precisely. But when you're used to an A320 or to a 737, and then you fly the A330 for the first time, you will be surprised at how sluggish the plane actually is. Now, the good thing here is that the full flight simulator is designed to be even more sluggish than the real aircraft. So by the time you can fly the full flight simulator, when you get into the real airplane, you will be like, oh, this flies pretty precisely. And Airbus Flyer, how hard would I say is the pilot education? Honestly, it's a lot. But likewise, a lot of it is not hard. So it's just a lot of stuff that you have to learn. You know, try to get good at learning stuff by heart, because you will absolutely have to do that many times. But I just think pilot training is a lot. And
was that 1-2000?
How do you say that in English? Like in German, we have what we call an Ausbildung, which basically means you get trained on the job for a job. That is, for example, when you become a plumber. And then we have university, which is, you know, more theoretical, like if you want to become a lawyer. And I would absolutely put becoming a pilot into the first category. It is more like becoming a plumber, because you have to learn your theory. And yeah, it is a lot, but, you know, you have to learn your theory,
1120 Chicago
and once you know the theory, it's more of getting to used to, you know,
1775, when you're able, you can go to holes and
it's more getting used to doing something with your hands
1775.
rather than doing something with your brain. Obviously, you've got to use your brain on the job, otherwise they would just train monkeys, and then we wouldn't have a flight director up here, but we would have a banana up here, and the monkey would follow the banana, and that way you could fly the airplane. There is, of course, the decision-making part that's going into there, but you get the idea.
Brickyard 4356,
Oh god.
contact Chicago approach, 119.0.
Honestly, those were a lot of vocabularies that I had no idea what they'd be in English, but I think I got the message across. Let me know if I didn't.
Connie 71, wind 240 at 6.
Now, Ferrari 1263, how different is US ATC versus Europe? Honestly, not as different as they always say on the internet. So, you know, the internet makes it two completely different worlds. I'm telling you honestly, the first time I flew into the US in the real world, obviously I knew VATSIM in the US,
Good afternoon, Walker 5591 in
and with the flight sim background, getting into real aviation is a lot easier anyway, but for me, it was 95% the same stuff.
For arrival.
The bonnet, Watson for arrival, Walker 5591.
So yeah, that's that. Now, Koki, do you need Abitur for becoming a pilot? Technically speaking, no. It's just a license, just like you can do a driver license without A-levels, even though I would definitely say that some people should have mandated A-levels for getting a driver license. But on the other hand side, that would rob us of many lovely car crash videos, so just keep it the way it is. And for becoming a pilot, it's the same thing.
Hello, descend via the Banky 6 arrival, O'Hare altimeter 3000.
Now, Valentine, hello Amy, did and do you build decision-making skills? Well, I would say that it's a continuous part of the job, yeah. Decision-making is probably the most important thing in all of aviation. Learning to control an airplane is easy, but I would say you're basically going to be building your decision-making skills like all the time in your entire aviation career, and when you reach a moment where you think that those skills can no longer be improved, that's probably a good moment to become a synthetic flight instructor, which means simulator-only instructor.
Lindbergh 4479, Green Bay approaches off.
Now, GS Mini, I did my training at TFC Käufer in Germany. And 350 enthusiasts, see you next time. Thank you very much for being here.
9423, clear up to 8 on Charlie 3.
And Kanuverma. Amy seems to like the guy. Amy seems like the guy to put on Nürburgring crash compilation videos on a quiet evening. Well, I'm honest, I like the Russian crash compilations the most, just because of the character that they put into their reactions to the accidents, if you know what I mean. I mean, there is nothing better than two people crashing their cars into another, getting out of their vehicles. Both of them have either a baseball bat or a chainsaw in their hands, and then they discuss who had the right of way. Right? And anti-cooperative, yeah, TFC is that school that does the training with Condor and Aerologic. Han Airbus Flyer, European Flight Academy didn't exist at the time when I did my training. Now, Matt, how many times did I go around with the A330?
Contact Chicago approach,
once. Just once. And that was a very interesting approach. Basically what happened was the Airbus autothrust is not very good in turbulent conditions. Not very good at all. Honestly, the Boeing autothrust isn't that good either, but on the Boeing you could just take the thrust levers and force them into idle manually by holding your hands on them, and that's it. On the Airbus you can't do that. So what we are what we should do on the Airbus when things get really, really turbulent is to go to manual thrust. On the A330, that's a bit worse than it is on the A320. On the 320, it normally works out, but on the 330, well, you just gotta turn it off. And the problem with the A330 is that thing is basically a glider. To put it into context, with normal aircraft, you always calculate 3 nautical miles per 1,000 foot of altitude loss. On the 330, we calculate 4 nautical miles. That just shows you how well it glides, respectively how much of a static thrust it has. Now, the problem here is that this also means that if there is any sort of tailwind involved, you've got to get that plane slow really early. And one basic rule of thumb of flying an Airbus A330 is that if you are high on speed on the final, get that landing gear down. Just get it down. There is no other way to slow it down. The speed brakes are not going to do enough. The flaps are definitely not going to do enough. Get the landing gear down. Now, at that time, I flew with a very new captain who had 30 years of Boeing 737 experience, but just a couple months on the A330. And he thought that, 210 knots when intercepting the glide slope with a 20 knot tailwind, yeah, we're gonna get that thing slowed. Told him on the glide slope intercept, mate, you need the landing gear, you need it now. But no, he thought he could do it. I couldn't convince him. So from a CRM perspective, I basically only had the choice of either taking control or letting him do the thing. So I looked at the fuel gauge. We had 9 tons of fuel on board. That is plenty extra. Because we knew the weather wouldn't be that good, so we took like 45 minutes extra. Now we were in final. 9 tons of fuel. You can easily fly go around, come back, fly another go around, and still have, 20 minutes extra fuel, plus the alternate. So I decided, okay, well...
1317 Minneapolis Center is closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, American 1317. Thank you so much, see you later.
Yep.
Alright, so yeah, I decided that, well, it's not worth destroying the entire CRM by taking over now and stripping the captain of his command. So I decided, alright, well, this will end up in a go-around. There's no way about it. And at the end of the day, we reached the 1,000 foot gate. We were 40 knots too fast. So we did what we had to do, went around, came back for a second approach, and that one was no problem at all. So that was completely safe, everything. There were no limits reached or anything, so absolutely safe. But CRM-wise, I think it was the best decision to make there, because, if you have a captain whom you tell something like 2 or 3 times, if he doesn't want to do it, then yeah, what could you do? Either take control and do it yourself, or just go around, come back for a second approach. I opted for the second because we had so much fuel left that I thought, okay, no problem at all there. If we come back for a second time, that's the safer option than if I risk destroying the CRM. And Matt, that was actually in Frankfurt. Now,
November 172 Lima Alpha, cleared to direct to Tinder.
Valentine, I would love to start explaining on decision-making skills here, but if we go into all of that, then believe me, we could do a whole live stream for it, but our top of descent is already just 60 miles out. So what I'm going to do now that we are off controlled airspace is I will start Sane Tensions AI, and we're going to go right into AI ATC over here. So let me just get that IFR clearance from him. Now theoretically they should detect when we are flying on VATSIM and switching over to Honeycomb. So how about we just do that? Let's just put up 122.8 and see if they're picking us up. Now TCAS below, and weather radar range goes down to minus a little bit as well. Easy going. Okay, so let's just go ahead and start putting
1317 radar contact over Adams County Legion Field at flight level 340, Adams altimeter 2965, clear direct Robbie.
Direct Robbie, American 1316. Look at that, they perfectly picked us up from Honeycomb. Fantastic. That was fantastic. So that feature is working. Nice. Very nice. I never used it before, so I was excited to see how this would go as well. And, well, you saw it. Alright, so yeah, we are definitely going to test the new vectoring. Now, let's quickly start inserting a little stuff here. Wind at 310 is 290 at 37. Let's put that in. Then we got the wind at level 200, which is 289 at 29. And then we got the wind at level 100, 286 at 10. Alright, like that. We'll get the ground wind in a second over here. And that's it. Now, David, FG, when will we fly into Romania? I think we could definitely do some Bucharest or something one day. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Okay, so airport charts. Let's find Minneapolis. And we got the Killer 4 arrival. Who named that arrival? Okay, then before we do the rest, let's just go ahead and grab the weather real quick, so that we got that. So, KMSP, import live weather. So, that's 220 at 13, gust 20. Alright, runway 30 over there. In other words, 20 knots crosswind. Nice. 33 degrees, 2992. Alright, can already pre-select that. Here we go, 2992. And then the wind is 220 at 13. And here we are. Okay, cool. So we got that stuff. Then let's start with our approach. I think runway 30 left is probably good. Then we are definitely going to do flaps 25, because that is going to provide us more stabilized approach. And 76.5 for the landing weight. So 76,500. Here we are. Calculate. Landing not permitted. Okay, yeah, wrong runway. 30 left. Here we go. Calculate. And who would have thought that? Everything good. Alright, fantastic. So charts. And it's going to be 30 left. So that's that one here. Okay, 1103 and 301.
1317, traffic at your 12 o'clock 5 miles, at flight level 340737.
American 1317 looking out, thanks. Oh yeah, there he is.
American 1317, Chicago Center, good afternoon.
Off to the right, looking good. Okay, so 301 and 103.
Chicago Center, SkyWest 5930 with you at flight level 340.
Here we go.
SkyWest 5930, Chicago Center.
Okay, minimums 1023.
SkyWest 5930, traffic 10 o'clock, 10 miles, opposite direction, traffic at flight level 320.
So 1030 for us.
American 1317, contact Minneapolis Center on 118.85.
118.85, American 1317, see ya. Minneapolis Center, good afternoon, American 1317, level 340.
American 1317, Minneapolis Center, good afternoon.
Now, RF aviation, that's an interesting question. How do the avionics on the Fokker compare to the ones on the ATR? Honestly, I think the Fokker is a lot more stable. You definitely feel that it is a much more polished product. Just Flight are just developing their stuff to a really high standard before they release stuff to the market, while the Fokker feels like it could have used a little... while the ATR feels like it could have used a couple more weeks in development before it came out to the public. Just my opinion there.
American 1317, descend via Killer 4, Gamma transition into Minneapolis. Minneapolis is currently using West operations. Altimeter 2992.
Altimeter 2994, descent for the Killer 4 arrival into Minneapolis, American 1317.
Minneapolis Center,
okay, descent for the arrival, can definitely do that. So let's just go down here and just pin the last couple of charts. So, airport chart, parking gates. Let's go into the saved charts here. We can remove those from Chicago. So, Killer 4 arrival. Let's have a look at that one. So, we're currently inbound to Cable. So we got Cable here, then Zing above 290, Hander above 240, Kamak at 280 above 14,000. So let's just look into all that stuff here.
Minneapolis Center, American.
And that's what we got. And then we continue via Killer, 280 above 12, Huggy, 280 above 10, and Crispy.
2167, good afternoon, sir.
So that's Killer, Huggy, and Crispy. And then we proceed towards the final via Stewie at 7,000 and GQ 210 7,000. And that's all in here. Alright, so for the arrival we're descending all the way down to 7,000. So let's just put that up. And descent is on. Alright, and that's all looking good. Cool. So we got that stuff in there. Now for the approach, we've already had a look at the chart and everything's entered. And then for the airport, landing on 30 left. And I can tell you, this can be a frickin' turbulent runway. Really a frickin' turbulent runway. Got a vacate to the right, probably in Delta, and we can do that using auto brakes low. That's all we are gonna need here. Alright, and that's pretty much it for our setup.
Minneapolis Center, roger.
So yeah, let's do a very quick approach briefing. So, MSA, basically 4,000 keeps us safe, Killer 4 arrival, and the ILS 30 left. The minimum is 1,030, and for the go-around it's... let's just see to what altitude that is again. So, for the go-around, heading 275 to intercept 318, I'm going to walk set, climb to 3,000. Extra fuel and time... Ooh, hello. So extra fuel and time, 28 minutes. Now for the arrival, we are going to use flight director guidance for an ILS approach with flaps 25, which we can still select down here on the approach page. Okay, flaps 25, and I am going to use a 5-knot wind correction. Wind is mostly coming cross, so we don't have to worry with too much of a wind correction there. Alright, auto brakes low, maximum reverse, vacate the runway to the right, and then we'll taxi probably up to the Echo stands, but we'll see about the details once we're on the ground. Apart from that, I have nothing special or non-standard, and threats for the arrival, well, the weather to a certain extent, but then again it's just gust 20, so it's not too bad. Do we have any questions on the approach briefing?
Air Canada 1048,
no? Alright. So that's the approach briefing completed, and then we're leaving our cruising altitude here. Looking good. Descent checklist, please. Terrain clearance and FMS position checked. Weather radar is on. Pressurization set. MFDs checked. Approach preparation completed. Descent checklist complete. Okay, I'm off ATC for a quick PA.
United 2368, continue descent, flight level 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, from flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We left our cruising altitude and stopped the descent to Minneapolis with a remaining flight time of half an hour. The weather in Minneapolis is currently very warm at temperatures of around 33 degrees centigrade, and apart from that, a little cloudy and a little windy from the southwest right now. Thank you very much for choosing American Airlines today. We hope you enjoyed your flight as much as we did, and we look forward to welcome you again on board a future service. Thank you very much for your attention, and we hope to see you all again soon. Okay, and that's it.
Endeavour 5110, roger.
Pisky Spaces, incorrect readback. So what's been incorrect there? And Tom0172, how does the Fokker 100 look much like the A300? Well, that's because both Airbus and Fokker bought avionics from the same company. So most airplane developers do not develop their own avionics. They buy sets from manufacturers that are then customized to the airplane in question. Therefore, that happened with the Fokker as well as the A300, that they bought avionics from the same manufacturer, and you can definitely see the similarities there. But you can also see the differences, because as mentioned, once the airplane manufacturer decides on a set of avionics, they are going to customize.
Air Canada 548, climb flight level.
They are going to be customized to the airplane in question.
Climbing to flight level 4.
And that's why there are differences.
548.
SkyWest 5437, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 250.
Now, Matt, very good question. What is the difference between something special and something non-standard in the approach briefing? So, special means anything out of the normal for an approach. So, for example, strong winds. For example, a complicated taxi layout. Stuff like that. Non-standard means you have an airplane malfunction that requires a specific non-standard procedure. So, say for example you have an MEL item that would require you to do something certain. That would fall on non-standard.
United 788, continue climb flight level 280.
And Mr. Schultz, for a new pilot, would you recommend Frankfurt as his first base? Honestly, that doesn't matter at all. Like, of course you're going to get a little bit more used to complex operations if you have a base like Frankfurt as your first base, but is that really gonna make much of a difference? Not really. Honestly, these are factors that you basically don't get to decide as a new pilot.
Continue climb flight level 240.
And Charlie, what's the nicest about Frankfurt? Gear up. Oh yeah. Well, definitely not the main station. And Valentin, is there a standardized speech for the public announcement? Some airlines have some. Some airlines have some, yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
But I haven't seen many pilots who actually bothered with them. So even when I flew for an airline that had one, you know, we just didn't care.
350 for flight level 360, Air Canada 738.
And Ferrari 1263. Are there any airports or layovers that I hate? Yeah, there is one. That would be Mombasa. Because Mombasa is a beautiful place to be at, and we do have a really nice hotel there. But every single time I go there, I end up getting completely sick from the food. It doesn't matter what I eat, it doesn't matter where I eat. Every time I'm there, my stomach is done for the next couple of weeks.
SkyWest 3989, descend and maintain flight level 2.
Alright, just using the speed brake here to get us down into the profile.
Flight level 280 for flight level 250, SkyWest 3989.
Talk about speed brakes, huh? Lovely things on this airplane. Alright, we're back on speed brakes in. That's good. And EPA block, will I fly the new, the updated iniBuilds A300? Yeah, certainly. It's just so many great aircraft these days and so many great flights that I want to do that it's really hard to find the opportunity to fly all of those. And King Jerome, when you get to the top of descent, do you have to request the descent or is it done automatically? Well, if ATC hasn't cleared you for anything yet, you're just going to say, you know, American 1370, request descent. In most cases in the real world, though, they will tell you, or they will give you a descent instruction before you reach the actual top of descent.
Good afternoon, sir.
And Charlie, yes, when I've been in Mombasa for the new year, my room had bed bugs as well. Plus many other things. And Mr. Schultz, do I think European Flight Academy is worth it in terms of the price? Well, the problem with the price...
17, contact Minneapolis approach on 118.725.
118.725, American 1317, see ya. Minneapolis approach, American 1317, passing 18,000, descending 7,000 on the Kilo 4 arrival. Right, ZQNH.
American 1317, Minneapolis approach. Good afternoon, Minneapolis altimeter 29901, cleared GQ transition. Expect the ILS runway 30 left approach into Minneapolis. And have you got information, Charlie?
Altimeter 29901 cleared the GQ transition for the ILS 30 left, and information Charlie is on board, American 1317. Alright, well that's too bad. They want us to come in via the standard. I mean, it does make sense because the standard arrival basically brings us right onto the final. But promised you guys that we would explore the new vectors, so American 1317 request radar vectors for the approach.
American 1317, fly heading 290, vectors killer.
Heading 290, American 1317. Okay, heading. And then let's just go for vertical speed as well there. Fokker doesn't want you to use profile mode when you are on heading mode, so that's the reason I'm changing about here. Okay, so we just got interrupted. Do I think European Flight Academy is worth it in terms of the price? Well, honestly, if you get a flight school that does this for 30,000 less, at the end of the day, you're gonna be an inexperienced pilot either way. But as far as I'm aware, I might be wrong, but as far as I'm aware, most European Flight Academy pilots get a job in the Lufthansa Group pretty quickly. And that may be a huge argument to go there. Probably the main argument, if I'm honest. And yeah, that would also not justify the price, but make the price acceptable. Alright, engine on, the eyes on. Oh, look at that. The eyes warning came up just that moment. So, just going... Jack Wilkinson, do you always stay in the same hotels when you have layovers, Emmanuel? Yeah, well, the companies do change them around a little bit. Some hotels we are in the same places for many years already. Other places get changed basically like every season. But so far, all the hotels are really good. There is no hotel that we currently have that I could complain about. So, Koki, do you set the QNH standard when clear to an altitude of flight level or when passing the transition altitude level? So, you basically, on the climb, you set it when passing the transition altitude. On the descent, you set it as soon as you're cleared to an altitude. I know I didn't do that on this flight, but that was simply because I was busy reading comments beneath the live stream. So, I said what do I think about the Tolus A321? Well, it's a great add-on. But it's been a long time since I've used Tolus aircraft in X-Plane. And Charlie, no, unfortunately I can't make my company just not roster me to Mombasa. They say, nope, we don't do that. Alright, level change. Let's start reducing towards 250. And we're reaching 10,000, so lights are on, signs are on. Still have ice here. Okay, let's put the wing tail anti-ice on as well. So lights on, signs on, and approach mode is selected. And Tom, no, I can't just call in sick because they rostered me from Mombasa. Can't do that.
American 1317, turn left heading 255, descend and maintain 6,000 vectors for the ILS runway 30 left approach.
Left heading 255, descend and maintain 6,000, vectors ILS 30 left, American 1317. Okay. Heading 255, 6000 blue, and vertical speed. I mean, what I do, of course, do is, if I get sick in Mombasa, I call in sick afterwards. But I can't just preemptively call sick because I usually get problems at a destination. That's not how that works. Okay, anti-ice off. And here we are. Approach checklist, please. Seatbelts on, approach settings checked and set, crew briefing completed, altimeters QNH 29901. And that's the approach checklist complete. So the heading leads us right to Narco, so let's just clean that up on the FMS as well. Well, that's interesting. Here we go. Let's put 80s on top. That way we do get some VNAV guidance. And Charlie, are there any updates to the A330 SOP since the type rating series? No, not really. And Ferrari, the bidding on our schedule happens, well, randomly, the assignment. We are not using seniority for that. And yeah, Matt, as you say, if I get sick then I'm unable to work, and that's it. I mean, I'm not going to fly an airplane when I'm sick, so if I get sick there, yeah, call a standby. But definitely, safety always comes first. If you're sick, you're not flying. Easy as that. Alright, that's approaching.
Glide slope live.
Checked.
American 1317, speed 190 knots.
Speed 190, American 1317. Level change, and 190. Here we go. Well then, let's see what the tower frequency is going to be. So, tower, let's see, 30 left, 1267.
Expedite your descent to 6,000.
Expediting American 1317. Oh god, go down or slow down, choose one. Okay, 26.7 is pre-selected. And then, let's take over. So, all manual. And here we are in 6,000.
Descend and maintain 4,000.
Right, 260, descend and maintain 4,000, American 1317. So, heading 260 and 4,000 is checked. Speed is down at 190. So, their heading is pretty much straight to Narco. That's really good. I mean, St. Tensions really improved their vectoring, and you can see it. Like, they're vectoring us straight to the final descent point over here. The altitude looks good as well. Let's see how the intercept heading is gonna look like. But when you compare what you have with St. Tensions now and what we had, you know, half a year ago, that's really, really a good way forward. I think that in the last couple of months, they made great steps forward. And Valentine, do I have any take on the Vector 787? Cause you fear the same scenario with the Aerosoft 340 with much promises and an unfinished aircraft. I totally get what you are afraid of, but I do not have any insights into the Vector 787 either. I know that Gaia is behind it, because Vector is a company of Gaia.
1317, turn left, heading 135.
What? I pretend I haven't heard that. Did he mean heading 235?
American 1317, turn right, heading 260.
Heading 260, American 1317. All start. Okay, I think I see the airport on the 12 o'clock.
1317, 4 miles from Narco. Turn left, heading 240. maintain 3000 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 30 left approach.
Left heading 240, descend and maintain 3000 until established. Cleared ILS 30 left, American 1317. Alright, let's just make that a smooth intercept here.
American 1317, contact Minneapolis Tower on 126.7 at Narco.
Over Narco, 1267, American 1317. Alright.
Lock captured.
So, double capture.
Captured.
Go around altitude set, flaps 8.
Minneapolis departure,
And
check, 110,000.
Alright, final speed 141. Not gonna take the gear just yet.
5110, Minneapolis departure, roger. Links 5110, contact Omaha departure on 124.5.
124.5 for
Okay, we're approaching Narco. And there's our runway. Minneapolis Tower, American 1317, established on the ILS 30 left. So, gust 20 crosswind from the left. Let's see how that's gonna go. And then gear down.
Speed check, flap 25.
American 1317, Minneapolis Tower. After the landing, Delta 320 clears the runway. Runway 30 left, winds 220 at 10, gusting 18, cleared to land. Caution bird activity.
Runway 30 left, clear to land, American 1317.
American 2388, contact departure.
Alright, so cabin crew is advised.
Beechcraft 2 Kilo Lima, short
Okay, landing checklist.
ready, request straight out.
Cabin secured, altimeters 29901, missed approach altitude 3000 set. Landing gear down, lift dumpers
Cleared for takeoff.
armed, and flaps 25 set. And that's the landing checklist complete. Now, Charlie, did I watch the A220 preview or England versus Argentina? I'm honest, I watched England versus Argentina because just like with most add-on aircraft, I don't follow the development too closely because I kind of want to be open for the airplane when it comes and I don't want to completely make up my mind previously. That way, I think I can do more neutral reviews and... You know, if something's gonna be good, I know about that, because there will be a billion comments about it underneath my videos. But that's how I approach this. Alright then, let's make it a good one. Currently we don't really feel the gusts yet. The real Minneapolis can be really demanding here on 30 left, because of those trees over there. But yeah, this is straightforward right now.
50,
Birds.
30, 20, 10.
But we went below the birds, easy.
Reverse.
Alright, greased it. Let's go manual brakes here. Not gonna take this exit just yet. That guy's not standing very well, but he's just blocking the next exit, not ours. That's good. Alright, 55 minutes flight time.
American 1317, exit at Delta if able. Contact ground on 127.9 or 25.
Exit at Delta 127.925, American 1317. See ya.
Endeavor 5490, wind 220.
Alright, 127.925. Minneapolis ground, American 1317, request taxi to the gate. So I'm fairly sure we did not hit any of those birds, so we can actually clean this up.
American 1317, taxi to Terminal 1 gate E13 via Delta Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
Echo 13, Delta Alpha Charlie, and... yeah, that's it, American 1317. No hold short of 12 right. Yeah, we're not on the runway. That is something, I just said many good things about the AI, but it still had to show us why VATSIM is still better when they're online. And Tomb, those birds are part of Say Intention's AI. You will recall that the tower warned us about birds on the final with the landing clearance. And that's what Say Intentions does, they actually inject those birds. Alright, so we're going to the Echo Gate. Those are right up there, so let's go ahead and start the APU. And then let's have a very quick look as to where exactly we go. Echo 13 is down here. Okay. That's gonna be somewhere over there already. GSX, search for map. Okay, and then we go right over here. I'll tell you what, I want this gate here, because I don't want to just look at the jetways. I want to look at the fantastic interior modeling from Flightbeam. A change facility. I'm just going to do that here real quick. I don't want to take the gate next to it, Echo 15. American 1317, request gate Echo 15. Okay, could you finish the after landing checklist for me, please?
American 1317, taxi to Terminal 1 gate E15 via Delta.
Gate Echo 15 Delta, American 1317. Alright, perfect. That's our gate. So, lights off. And the APU is coming on. Weather radar is off as well, and that's the most important stuff. Alright. So, parking brake set, control lock on, and then we got an APU available. Alright. And here we are. God, that music. Come on, shut off. We've heard enough. Here we are. Then let's do the after parking checklist. So, parking brake set, disarm slide announced, fuel levers shut, transponder standby, seatbelts. Did we do them? Nope. Seatbelts are off, exterior lights set, anti-ice off, fuel pumps off, window and probe heat off, after parking checklist complete. Alright, then let's go for the deboarding down here.
Frontier Flight 3046, runway 30 left taxi via Charlie 1, Charlie Sierra Delta Whiskey Whiskey 1.
Alright, so we got that. Then let's go ahead and get our ground services going. Chocks are coming in position, and they definitely have an air conditioning unit on that jetway. Clearly visible. So let's make sure we get ground air as well, but first we need the external power so that we can shut the APU down, and only once the APU is shut off, we can connect the ground air. So, here we go, external power is available, and online, and let's shut the APU down, and then we can connect ground air.
ground Endeavor 5490.
Like this. Alright, fantastic. That's our first flight of the day done. So, yeah, how did that first flight go? First of all, let's go ahead and let's just shut off ATC for a second. And here we are. Kind of looks interesting seeing the Fokker next to the A320 there in the new American livery, but hey, here we are. First flight of the day is completed. So, just a little bit of feedback there. First of all, I really loved both the departure as well as the arrival. Now, we don't need to talk about VATSIM ADC. We know that they're doing good jobs over there, so that's nothing to worry about. Now, Charlie, yeah, we are flying back to Chicago. What would be the sense of giving away a Chicago copy when we are landing in Minneapolis? No, we're gonna fly back. Nonetheless, overall, I think the new Fokker update performed really well. The plane did everything we wanted it to do, and out of the top, I don't remember it doing anything strange. Do you guys? Now, same tensions. We could also see how it has really improved and how the vectoring, well, the one thing that I was missing was a nice final vector giving us a 30-degree intercept, something like turn right heading 270. That would have been nice, that didn't happen, but apart from that, I think that their vectoring is pretty good now, getting you right to the final descent points with good altitude and straight down, so that was really nice. Now, let's see how the turnaround is going to go, and then we are definitely going to fly back to Chicago, and hope that the weather is going to stay good over there, and not going to go back into the low visibility that we had this morning. Now, Pisky Space, or no, actually M68 Ken, am I using any add-on scenery from Minneapolis? Yeah, I'm using the flight beam scenery. Really, really fantastic scenery if you look at this. I really do enjoy that one. Alright, now, let's go right back inside, and then I'm going to take you over how I'm actually planning the return flight, where I get my flight number, and so on. So, let's just bring up Firefox for that one. Here we are. So you can see that I actually dug out an old American Airlines timetable from like 2001, I think. Just scroll up here a little bit. Yeah, timetable, effective April 1st, 2001. So that's a summer timetable from American Airlines, from the time where they actually still flew the Fokkers. Now, let's go right down here. We are going to look for departure airport Minneapolis. Alright, scroll, scroll, scroll. That's something with E, something with L, something with N. But Miami is still too early. So, Minneapolis, here it is. So then let's just zoom in a bit so that we can actually read that stuff. So, Minneapolis to Chicago. We can see lots of Fokkers used on those routes. And for the flight back, we are going to pick one, I don't know, that one at 221 there seems alright. American 1788. Or 2022, that sounds cool as well. But let's go with 1788. Or 520? I think 520 is the coolest of those, is it? And Charlie, unfortunately Control F doesn't work here because this is all pictures. So we can't just search it. But anyway, I think American 520 sounds nicest, doesn't it? So let's go in here, new flight, and then let's start setting this up. So we'll be the American 520 from MSP to ORD on the F100. Then we are gonna pick the just flight integration, cost NX35, call sign is good. For the alternate, let's go with Milwaukee, that's KMKE. We'll keep the departure time. Then our registration is gonna be November 1473 Kilo. Flight number can be cancelled, all the rest looks good. Passengers, let's go with 90 passengers today. Now, for our scheduled flight time, let's look down here. From 12:51 to 2:07, so that's an hour and 16 minutes. So let's select that. Scheduled block time, 1 hour and 16. Now, for the runways. Say intentions has departing 30 left, 30 right. So let's have a look. Our departure leads us southbound, so 30 left is the better option. And now for the arrival runways, VATSIM has vectors ILS 27 center and 27 right or 28 center in use. I think we are probably landing north, so let me just go ahead and open the charts down here. Airport, so 27 center or 28 center. I think 27 center is the more likely runway for us. So let's go ahead and plan that. So 27 center is in there. Well, then we just switch it around to pounds. And the routing looks okay. Let's do calculate and compare. Throttle 310, that's all looking good. Now let me just calculate 330, see how the difference is. But yeah, more time, more fuel. So we'll leave it on optimum 310. Then let's see about another couple of those routes, just to see if any of them is more effective. But no, I can already say that's not the case, so we're gonna stick to this. Okay, so that should be a good flight plan. Let's hit generate flight and see what we're going to get. And Matt, where did I get those pages? Honestly, I just googled for a flight plan from American Airlines, for a historic flight plan, and then found that one. Alright, so initial altitude 310, that looks good. Baggage 4,500, looks like a lot, really. But tell you what, why not? So we're gonna do that, and I think this actually all looks good. So let's go ahead and pre-file that thing on VATSIM, just so that we have it for later. And this is all looking good, especially the departure time is right, and then we can just pre-file that flight plan. Alright, flight plan filed, thank you. Excellent, and with that we are done setting that stuff up. So, by now, GSX has deboarded everything, so let's go for the additional services and get the cleaning service, so that we can get our plane ready for the next sector. And Hoplak, controlling and VATSIM while listening to this live stream is quite confusing. Oh, I bet it is, man. And Jimmy, good question. Do I ever get flight saturation? I mean, you're a full-time pilot and yet can stream for hours, but and put out daily content like it's nothing. Kudos, dude, and thanks for all the amazing content. Honestly, a lot of it comes down to the time when you're off as an airline pilot, because you will be off a lot on days where your friends and family are not. So, look at it right now. Today it's Friday. Now, my girlfriend is currently at work, and we are just gonna start the walk around over here. So my girlfriend's currently at work, and she's probably not gonna be back until midnight. And yeah, from there on, you know, it's standard stuff really, so I have time available. Then I'm leaving to fly tomorrow. That means I come back on Monday. Then I got a couple of days off, which are obviously gonna be during the week, where my girlfriend's working again. So yeah, unfortunately, that's the life of a pilot here. It isn't all just a glamour. And yeah, then of course, you know, being able to put out a video a week, that's usually because I would often just take, you know, one of those days when I'm off and then just go... No comment. So guys, did you ask for a GSX fuck up? There is one. 2. So yeah, and then I would record, you know, 5 or 6 videos on that single one day. And yeah. So Charlie, how did my recurrent sim go? Very well. Now, there were a couple of things that were really interesting, like if you remember that video that I recently did about the charts in night mode, that was actually one of the exercises we did there in the simulator, where the instructor intentionally tried to vector us into that terrain to see if we noticed. And I did notice, but just about on time. So that was one of the lessons from that simulator. Alright, hello. Is she... Okay. Do I want to know? Like, do I really want to know? Probably not, huh? So guys, there is the GSX fuck-up that we've been looking for. Now the question here, are we going to fly the second leg from the captain's seat, or are we going to fly it from the co-pilot's seat? You tell me in the comments below. Captain's seat or first officer's seat? You let me know. In the meantime, we're just going to get up over here and wait until your input comes back. And Jimmy, favorite music genre? Well, that's got to be heavy metal. Okay, so a couple of comments coming in. First officer, captain, let's do first officer for a change. First officer, captain, live streams are back. Hey Dexter. Okay,
Giving way to the Delta A320 SkyWest 4314.
And Hopeleg, yeah, all three are great bands. Alright, well, it's kind of 50-50 with the comments whether we are flying from the left or from the right. How about we fly from the jump seat? Like, look at that Fokker jump seat. That's just something you have to see. So look at that thing. Especially when the door is closed. Now imagine what happens if you get stuck because the seat folds to the side. You have no space at all over here. So if that support rail down there fails and the seat just plunges down there, oh boy, cabin crew will have to open that door in order to the cabin crew will have to open that door just to get you out of there. Alright, well, we're not going to fly from the jump seat. We had that part. So let's put that thing away again. And let's open the door again. So the cleaning should about be done. Charlie, yeah, I would love to do a poll for the voting, but for some reason it's just not working when I try to do it. So, tell you what, guys. GWPH as well as Charlie said do CM2, so then we do CM2. Just tell me we have... Oh no, we don't have an EFB here. Okay, it doesn't matter, we won't need it except for taxi. But we also do not have a tiller over here. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll do the flying and everything from the right-hand seat, but we'll do the taxiing from the left-hand seat, because that's the only place where we have a tiller. Does that sound like a plan? Alright. So it would be the typical distribution of work between captain and first officer on the Fokker. Alright, apart from that, it's my first flight from the right-hand seat on the Fokker, so that's going to be interesting. First time you see me do this. Okay, couple things we need to do, though. For which we got to go back to the left-hand seat. And I think... Wasn't there an option, like, where you could select where you're flying from? I'm just looking at this. I thought I saw such an option over there. But looking at this, I guess I must be wrong on that. I thought I'd seen something like that, but must have been a different plane. I'm looking at too many planes there. Alright, so, Boxinter asks, where are you flying? Well, we're in Minneapolis, and we are going to fly to iniBuilds' brand new Chicago O'Hare Airport. Now, well, let's go into the OFP and get a reload over there. 10,000 pounds of fuel, that sounds good. So, then let's go down into the aircraft menu, import the payload. For the fuel weight, we're gonna go for 10,000. Like this, enter realistic refueling and go. And then we can also go ahead and get GSX for the boarding. Cleaning is done, that looks good. And then let's go and request boarding. Alright. So with all of that in progress, let's go ahead and get started. So Fokker 28 Mark 100, engine all looking good. Then KMSP KORD. And we'll take the routing from the SimBrief OFP. Alternate Milwaukee, level costing is 35, level 310. That's looking good. Then let's get our flight plan in the 2D view down here, just to get that stuff working. And see, we got a top of climb wind, 299 at 17, and the tropopause is in 51,000. Then cruise wind. Oh, wait a second. We'll put that in as cruise wind. And the temperature up there is -34/51,000. Ah, that looks much better. For our departure, we are leaving Minneapolis on runway 30 left, like this. Then we got the RST-1 departure. Well, RST. In my previous company, that was the abbreviation for Recurrent Simulator Training. Now, we do not need that transition. But it looks like we cannot deselect it. Oh, that's interesting. That might actually be a little bug. But we'll see about it. So, from ALO to RST. Yeah, sounds good. Why not? Alright, so we'll do it like that. And then for the arrival into Chicago, let's select the star. And we're gonna go for runway 27 center. We got the 47 arrival from Zipper.
Runway 30 right, taxi.
Okay, and insert. Now, do we need the Vogler transition? Yeah, why not? Alright, and here we go. So we've got that stuff. What else do we have? Weights. So, fuel 10,000, zero fuel weight 74.3. And for the fuel, final reserves 2.1. Like this, looking good. And now for the takeoff performance, I guess we just have to go to the left side here. Unless you guys know of any way to get the EFB to the right side. If you do, then please do put it in the comments below. But no, it isn't here either. Man, I could swear I saw that somewhere, but okay. Alright, so reset and reset. Then we're going from KMSP on the runway 30 left. We'll take the full runway today. Takeoff weight. Well, what do we got? 83.9, so basically 84. Like this, then import the live weather and calculate 32, 32, 39, flex 49. So 132, 132, and 139, and flex selector. Now, can we actually view that up somehow? Here we go. 49 degrees, there it is. Okay, good. So that's all looking good. Then let's just have another look down there at the charts. Airport chart, ATIS 120.8.
Temperature 34, dew point 19er. Altimeter 299er1. Density altitude 3300 feet. Bird activity in vicinity of airport. conditions on the east ramp. Advise on course heading, altitude, and in-flight following is requested. Read Bethal runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
Alright, Atus, Charlie is on board. Then let's get the clearance. For that we need the chart again on 133.2. Here we go. Would you be so kind to switch that? Thank you. Call sign. I'm not gonna find that here. I think 520, huh? Flight plan. Yeah, 520. Minneapolis clearance, American 520 information, Charlie request IFR clearance to Chicago. Monster Matt, you're a hero. Can you click the handheld mic on the FO side to show the EFB? Yes! Thank you, mate. You just made the flight so much easier for me.
American 520 cleared to O'Hare via the Rash T departure, then is filed. Climb and maintain 5000. Expect flight level 31010 minutes after departure. Departure on 124.7. Squawk 2461. Expect runway 30 left.
American 520 is cleared to Chicago by the Rash T departure. Climb maintain 5000. Departure 124.7. Squawk 2461. Expect 30 left. Alright, so we've got 30 left. Rash T1 departure. 5000 and 124.7. Gonna put that there as a reminder. And then 2461 on the squawk. Like that, and finally 30 left is checked. Okay, so that's all good. Then let's just enter the call sign. So that's L520. Alright, sounds good. Everything's entered. Well then, I think we've done all the pre-flights, even though I gotta admit I haven't been that distracted for a little time here while filming, but then again, that's what I get for what I get for live streaming. That's fine. So, let's go ahead and do the preparation checklist, please. Or actually, before we do that, let's just say hello to our passengers and do the briefing. I'm gonna do both in one here. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of American Airlines, welcome aboard of our Fokker 100 on our flight to Chicago O'Hare. Today's flight time is going to be approximately an hour and 10 minutes, expecting a smooth ride. Now, for the time being, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us, and we'll get back to you with the latest weather when we start the approach into Chicago. Alright. So, toga mode is selected, that's looking good. And then 250 is on there. Okay, for the briefing, we are leaving Minneapolis, runway 30 left on the Rash T1 departure, climb to 5000, MSA 4000, and extra fuel and time is basically 200 pounds, giving us, 5 minutes-ish. Alright, our departure is going to be off 30 left, no hotspots to get there, and we can take any intersection up to 3000 feet along the runway. Now for our departure, we have a stop margin of 5000 feet, and the initial climb is to an altitude, the engine out is straight at 25 miles to pick up the holding. If we need to return, we are below the max landing weight, so a return over here to Minneapolis is absolutely possible. And apart from that, I got nothing special, I got nothing non-standard, and threats for the departure, honestly, I do not have any. Any questions? No? Fantastic. So, 10,000 pounds of fuel are on board. Seatbelt sign is coming on. Then let's start the APU. Like that. Okay, and then we can start getting our plane ready here. So, aircraft, remove the ground air conditioning, please. Then, in GSX, we can select prepare for pushback and departure. No, sir, definitely right. Did they just... No, okay. They just removed the air, not the power. Good. For a moment I just heard the sound and I was like, oh no. Alright, strobes shall go to auto already and the rest is looking good. Fantastic, then we're basically done with everything, so let's switch over to ground and get our pushback clearance here. Minneapolis ground, American 520, request pushback and startup. So APU available. And on the bus, external power is gone.
520, traffic passing behind you, CRJ9, hold position.
Hold position, American 520. Alright, nonetheless.
Push and start approved, tail southwest.
Push and start approved, tail southwest, American 520. Okay, sounds good. And then let's go.
American 520, say again.
American 520, push and start approved, tail southwest. Alright, before start checklist. Well, preparation checklist and before start checklist. Circuit breakers checked, pins and covers on board, oxygen on, overhead panel checked, main instruments panel checked, altimeters 29991, pedestal checked, parking brake set, fuel quantity, we're at 10,000 pounds. Okay, serviceability check, true briefing completed. Before start checklist, seatbelts on, fuel panel set, window and probe heat on, takeout data check, transponder on, windows and doors closed, arms lights. Announced and beacon on before start checklist complete. Alright, good. So, they want the tail to the southwest. That's nose left, isn't it? Well, okay, if that's what they want, that's what they get. So, nose left, ground from cockpit. Pushback and startup approved, facing northwest, and the parking brake is released. Roger, start on the pushback, and you're clear to start the engines. Thank you, starting in sequence 2 then 1, and we'll commence engine 2 now. Engine 2 start. No? Well, the APU is on. I'll cut the engine start. What are we missing? I mean, the APU doesn't produce any air conditioning right now. I think it has a 2-minute delay, doesn't it? Can we get around that by cycling the bleed? I mean, yeah, now we have pressure. So, engine 2 start. And 2. And 1. And Hayakawa. Greetings to Brazil. Alright, that's 15%. Starter on.
Endeavour 4649er, taxi departing via Charlie, Quebec. Charlie, Quebec, Endeavour 4649er.
And Vaccaro, is it normal when you're setting the QNH that the standby instruments always show slightly different? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the ground they should be more or less the same, but as soon as you're in the air... The primary altimeters have an air data computer. The standby does not. Okay, engine 1 start. And since the standby does not have an air data computer, that is why it can show different things. Like, in the real world, up to, 150 feet or something, difference between the main and the standby gauges are completely normal. That's why you are required to have an air data computer when you want to fly in RVSM airspace. And Daniel, American was actually the largest operator of the Fokker. They had 75 of them. At one point, the Fokkers were their second largest fleet, only beaten by the DC-9.
Hold short of runway 30 left, Delta 29er.
Alright, so ground, we have 2 good starts, you clear to disconnect, and show me the pin please. Have a wonderful day, bye-bye. So that thing goes off, that goes off. Then we can set the... Why is the trim indicator only on the left? That is weird. So 18.8. I mean, yeah, that's kind of set already. Okay. So, before taxi checklist. Anti-ice off, APU off, alert lights out, flaps 0, trims 18.8, ground equipment. I mean, we forgot to set the parking brake earlier, so let's just give him a second over here. And the Danish bacon lover. I believe it was actually the DC-9, at least according to the websites that I looked at. But I may be mistaken on that. And yeah, Brickyard E170, the main problem they had, why they got rid of the Fokkers, is that Fokker went bankrupt, and then there were no spare parts available any longer. Alright, Tuck, tow bar, waiting for the ramp agent, but let's go already, huh? Well, that's the agent, and she's got a pin as well. Alright, and that's the B4 taxi checklist complete.
Charlie, Quebec, Skywest 3838.
American 520, request taxi.
Cabin is secured.
Thank you.
American 520, runway 30 left taxi via Delta, Papa, Charlie, Bravo, Alpha 1.
Runway 30 left, taxi via Delta, Papa, Charlie, Bravo, Alpha 1, American 520. Alright, so let's see where the heck that is. So, Delta, Papa, Charlie, Bravo, Alpha 1. So, straight ahead, second left, Charlie, Bravo, full length. Okay. Lights on, brakes off, let's go. We've got a little taxi route in front of us, so that might take a little while now, since we're basically taking a tour of the airport. And Daniel, yeah, 383 MD-80s, that sounds like a number.
Runway 30 left taxi via Bravo, Alpha 1 WestJet 1531.
And Caladamas, yeah, the Congonhas to Santos Dumont is definitely a route that I want to fly with the Fokkers. Okay, so we're not supposed to go on the Quebec, huh? No, Delta onto Papa, so it's gonna be the second taxiway to the left. In any case, both the left and the right side are clear. And Papa is gonna be the next on the left. And then we're basically doing a 180. Would have been so much easier if we could just depart 30 right, but probably not today. So left here and left here again. Alright, that leads us on to Charlie. Brickyard D170, I'm watching the live stream from the EAA Air Venture Oshkosh in Wisconsin of all the aircraft arriving for the weekend, for the week-long event this Monday. Mate, enjoy that show instead of watching some random YouTube live stream. Just kidding, of course. Thank you very much for actually valuing the stream high enough that you are passing out on parts of the show. I mean, I guess there isn't that much happening right now, but, you know, it means something. Thank you. Alright, let's just reset those minima. Jack Wilkinson, do I prefer early morning or late night flights? I'm definitely a late night person. Now, I don't have a problem getting up early, but I would rather stay up long than get up early. I guess on the long hauls you have to do that anyway, because you basically don't do early morning flights in long hauls. Like, the earliest check-ins we have are like 9 or 10 AM. Okay, so now we're going via Bravo all the way to the end.
SkyWest 4130, runway 30 right taxi via Quebec, Papa 2, Papa 1.
Okay, so let's go for the takeoff briefing. It's going to be a rightsy takeoff, runway 30 left, flaps 0, noise abatement procedure number 2, and the takeoff speeds for this one 132, 132, 139. Initial climb 5000, contact departure when advised by air traffic control, and we've got nothing special on non-standard. By the way, lovely little thread that we're taxiing along here in Minneapolis. That's taxiway Alpha. That's taxiway Bravo. That wingtip clearance is not even gonna cover two Cessna 172s next to one another.
Give way to the SkyWest CRJ9, Endeavour 4852.
And just to add insult to injury, ATC often seems to have problems seeing this area. Alright, and now we just go on to the full length. And Daniel, yeah, when I switched from the 737 to the A330, I changed the airline as well. So, Oleg, how's my performance right now? Well, I'm not counting frames, but I mean, you look at this, looking around, it's not completely perfect. I can see the occasional micro stutter, but I would say it is definitely absolutely okay. So let's see, there's a Delta and a WestJet and a landing. So we're probably going to look at 1 or 2 minutes delay. Nothing problematic here. And Charlie, how many airlines did I fly for in total? Well, that's 2. If you don't count virtual airlines, at least. Otherwise, it's surely in the 2-digit sums.
Sun Country 395, runway 30 left taxi via Tango Charlie, Charlie 2 Delta.
And Oleg, oh yeah, I'm absolutely excited for the Synoptic A220. It's one of the few aircraft that I'm sure have the possibility of becoming, you know, long-standing add-ons. 126.7 American 520.
SkyWest 3851 ready for pushback.
SkyWest 3851, push and start at your discretion.
Pushback.
Alright, so Alpha 1 is up next. And that WestJet is still there, so let's not get too close.
Delta 877 doors closed, ready for push and start.
Delta 877, push approved, expect taxi shortly.
Pushback and start approved, Delta 877.
Alright, and here we are. So, taxi procedure. Where's the flight control lock? Here it is. So, flight control track. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, full left, full right, and neutral. Config. Checked, and that's perfect. Taxi out. Checklist, please. So, nav system set, FMP set, fuel levers open, lift dampers armed, transponder set, and flight controls checked, taxi out, checklist complete. Minneapolis Tower, American 520, ready for departure. Brake set.
American 520, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, hold short, you're number 2 behind the 737.
Alright. Now Daniel, what up-and-coming simplane not yet released are you most excited for? Honestly, that's a good question. There's so many great ones. Like, yeah, obviously the PMDG 747. Most definitely the Just Flight Learjet. Just as much the Vector 787 and the Synoptic 220 and the iniBuilds 380 But man, most excited? I don't think I have one of those. And Matt, Vector might become Boeing's Phoenix. Honestly, I don't think so. Getting into that level of detail requires huge investments. Really huge investments. And
Skywest 4130, contact departure.
I do not think that Phoenix would have been able to do that without, you know, being able to purchase the entire ProSim code, which basically gave them a complete A320 system suite, so that they just could focus on the rest of their things. So, developing an add-on like the Phoenix costs millions, unless you're able to land a deal like they did, which was perfect from a business point of view, but just trying to explain while it's super unlikely that any new developer entering the market is going to develop or deliver something in the quality of a Phoenix or a PMDG. It's just too expensive to do. Just much too expensive.
Southwest 467, contact ground on 133.575.
Now, Vaccaro, and yet no one is making a decent A330 freighter. Well, that's because the plane is just not, you know, that's because the plane is just not popular enough. You know, let's take the example of the Fokker over here. Just flight first developed the Fokker 28, which is kinda a base aircraft for the Fokker 70 and Fokker 100. Then they sold that Fokker 28 and they covered the cost of the development with that. Only then they could go into the market of creating the glass cockpit version and the computerized version of the Fokker 28, which is the Fokker 70 and Fokker 100. And they still have to charge that much money in order to cover the development cost. Why am I saying all that? Well, you can kind of see it on the number of viewers on the live stream over here. The Fokker just doesn't receive that much attention from the sim community. I swear to you, if this was the A220 right now, we would have at least 4 times the amount of viewers. And even if you consider an A220, you know, say 4 weeks post-release, it's still going to be at least twice or 3 times the number of views than what we're getting with the Fokker right now. The reason I'm doing it with the Fokker nonetheless is because I personally simply love flying this airplane, and because a new update has been available. But that kinda goes to show that the interest from the community into an airplane like this is just much, much lower than it is with certain other modern and frequently used airplanes like the A330. But an A330 freighter, that's not gonna receive more attention than the Fokker. But the cost to develop one would be huge. So either you're willing to pay like $150 for the add-on, or you will unfortunately have to live with the fact that no decent one will be developed in the closer future. Alright, so WestJet is lining up. So takeoff config norm is still looking good.
Left, wind 220 at 5, cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff, 20 left, Delta 2699.
And OISC,
520, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
American 520, runway 30 left, line up, wait. No, I do not think that Aerosoft has cancelled the A330neo, but look at how busy they are with the A340 and how little updates are coming despite the huge bugs that that airplane has. So, you know, I wouldn't count on them releasing anything soon. Alright, B4 takeoff checklist. Cabin is secured. So, cabin secured.
Runway 30 left, wind 230 at 11, gusting 21. Fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff.
Flight runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, American 520. Alright, so let's do the lineup first, checklist second. There is nobody on the immediate final, so that's okay. So, fly runway heading, that means we disarm nav and prof. Before takeoff checklists, cabin ready, takeoff config normal, brakes checked, strobe lights on, transponder Tara, weather radar on, crew briefing completed, takeoff clearance received, before takeoff checklist complete. Okay, fly runway heading, and we are cleared for takeoff. Stabilized, set takeoff thrust.
Southwest 467, hold short of runway 12 right.
Thrust set.
Short of runway 12 right, Southwest 467.
Delta 2699, when ready, contact departure.
8 knots.
Checked.
Departure for Delta 2699.
V1, rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up. Heading. Over to departure, American 520. So, 1247.
Climb thrust.
Departure low, American 520, passing 2600, climbing 5000. Level change.
American 520, Minneapolis departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000, turn left heading 170, direct FGT when able, then own navigation.
Climb and maintain 10,000 and left direct to Fox Golf Tango, American 520.
American 520, traffic at your 12 o'clock, 1 miles, same altitude 220.
Well, that sounds like a good reason to increase that rate of climb here. Just to get out of that altitude. Alright, so nav, prof. Then let's wait until we are in the flight director. And Boxinator, yeah, if they are still online by the time we get back to Chicago, we will absolutely go back on VATSIM. But I think what we are doing right now is really the optimum use of Say Intentions AI, which is to use it where there are no VATSIM controllers online, and by the time that VATSIM controllers do arrive, we are going to switch over to VATSIM. That way we can freely choose all the airports that we want to operate into and out of, regardless of whether there is ATC available, and still take advantage of ATC being online when they are there. So that was a very good choice by you guys earlier on, asking me to actually do this one in VATSIM. Alright, and here we are. Autopilot 2. And after takeoff checklist. So, altimeters, QNH 2999R1 set, and MFDs checked, and that's the checklist complete. Alright, the middle landing light can stay off for the time being. And Charlie, Chicago Center still online, you will get ATC soon. Fantastic. And Jimmy, any tips for flying in the first officer seat? I always have trouble properly maintaining the centerline on final, and my depth perception is so off. Well, the depth perception is really just going to be something that you'll get accustomed to once you get used to, you know, the slightly different cockpit geometry and that kind of stuff. That's just normal. That will adapt by itself. Just, you know, just do it a little more. I mean, I'm completely honest, the first time I flew from the right seat in the simulator, It looked like I was flying a completely different aircraft. And that's 1,000 to go.
American 520, contact Minneapolis Center on 134.85.
13485, American 520, see ya. Say 12485 or 13485.
Skywest 3851, 1000.
Minneapolis Center, American 520, maintaining 10,000. Nope, that doesn't sound like it. Then let's try 134. Minneapolis Center, American 520, maintaining 10,000.
American 520, Minneapolis Center, good afternoon. Minneapolis altimeter 2965, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Maintain flight level 190, American 520. Set. 190 checked. And profile. Altimeter 2965. No, absolutely not. Previously we had 2991, so that altimeter setting that can't be. Alright, going through 10,000 here. Maybe a little bit of turbulence in that small cloud layer here, so let's climb through that before we release our passengers. And then we still have the seatbelts on, the lights on, and that's all set. Good.
Flight level 300 for flight level 320, Japan Air 9.
So let's just continue the climb up here.
Alaska 325 at flight level 340.
And then we can get ourselves a nice range here on the NDs.
25, Roger, good afternoon.
Like that. Great to Charlie. If you ever had to quit flying the A330 in real life, what would be your favorite plane to switch to? Well, honestly, the airplane that you fly, while you're of course happy if you're flying a nice plane, the plane doesn't dictate my... You know, the plane is not what dictates my lifestyle, so I would go with whatever airplane allows me to continue my lifestyle. Now, since that's on the long haul, realistically, if you ask me, probably the A350, because I could probably continue living my lifestyle if I go to the A350. And that's the main reason here. Like, aircraft, yeah, they're nice and everything, no doubt about it, and obviously, you know, if I could fly a 747 one day, that'd be superb. Then again, the 747 is super cramped and super loud in the cockpit, so that's always an argument, you know. And Matt, did I say that sometimes ATC recognizes my voice? Yeah, I said that indeed, it does happen. And Charlie, yeah, you're right, when I switch back to becoming a commander, then I will have to go to the short hauls. But, you know, again, it's lifestyle.
126.875, good afternoon, Skywest 3783.
Now, darling Kenny, what's my favorite variant of the A330? Well, in terms of the looks, I think the 300 and the 900 are the nicest. The 200, I don't know, I mean, if you mostly fly the long fuselage, then the short one from the 200 suddenly starts looking a little weird. But I guess if you would mostly fly a 200, then suddenly the 900 would look weird. And the 300 as well. So, I guess there is no optimal answer there. And Jack Wilkinson, aren't the A330 wings made for the A340? Yeah, absolutely, for the A340 300. The 600 has a different wing, but they absolutely are. You know, it's quite funny. There are many A330 pilots who say like, oh yeah, that airplane is made for Mach 8.2. And then you always tell them, yeah.
Alaska 294, Roger.
Except for the fact that it would have 2 more engines. And Alpha 360, what's the longest flight I've flown?
Climb and maintain flight level 270.
I maintain flight level 270, American 520. I think the longest I've flown is 12 hours 30.
Flight level 390. Southwest 408. 407, roger. Good afternoon, sir.
And Mitchell, I have not tried the new iniBuilds A220 yet.
Delta 2687, good afternoon.
And Charlie, am I flying on July 31st or August 1st? Well, maybe I'm flying down a couple of stairs, but no, I'll be at the Wacken Festival on those days, so no flying. Alright, set standard. And standard is cross-checked, passing flight level 194 now. Checked. So, lights off, signs off, and here we go. So, what is that route doing over here? I mean, I suppose we're just gonna fly direct Romeo Sierra Tango, are we? Here we go, making our life easy. So, top of climb in 40 minutes. And top of descent a lot later. Okay, that looks good to me.
Descend and maintain flight level 240. Expect lower shortly.
And Alpha 350, 12 hour 30 with 4 pilots. Oh, you wish? No, you're gonna do that with 3. Anything up to 16 hours, it's no problem with 3 pilots. Once you're doing longer than 16 hours, well, make that 14 and a half, because you do have 90 minutes of pre-flight preparation, which do count as duty time, but anything up to 16-hour duty time, expect to fly with 3 pilots. As much as I would love for things to be different, unfortunately not the case.
Skywest 5232 checking in at flight level 210. Skywest 5232, Minneapolis Center, roger. Skywest 5125, contact Chicago Center on 125.575. Good afternoon. Switching to 125.5.
Okay, so we're nicely climbing out. Now, where does the boundary to Chicago lie? Let's just go to that spy here. I mean, it is a little distance from Minneapolis.
Contact Chicago Center on 125.
But hey, tell you what, we're just gonna reconnect to vPilot over here, respectively to VATSIM.
Delta 2687, climb and maintain flight level 240.
So, American 520, let's connect. And connect to VATSIM. Alright, then let's shut down say intentions.
Descend and maintain flight level 220, expect lower shortly.
And say intentions is off, and then we're just waiting for the contact me from the VATSIM controllers. And Charlie, how does it work when you have 3 pilots? So, basically, what's happening most of the time is that CM3 is going to calculate the rest periods, but that's just because what we normally do is the moment you're airborne and you know up at a safe altitude of a couple thousand feet, then you know sometimes I fly on the middle seat as well, and yeah, then what I always do is the moment we're up in the air, I want to have those calculations for the brakes done by the time that we pass 10,000, so that the first brake can begin as early as possible, aka so that the time of the brakes can become as long as possible, so that you get as much rest as possible. So that's how I do this. Honestly, I would say like 95% of the colleagues are the same. And yeah, the pilot flying gets to decide which brake he wants to take. So I would say in most cases the pilot flying is going to take the 3rd brake, so the last one in the flight, to come back about an hour before landing. The pilot monitoring is then going to take the 2nd brake, and CM3 is going to end up getting the 1st brake. An exception there, at least for me personally, but then again, that's different for everyone, is if you have a flight, especially, you know, those night flights going back home, or very early flights going back home, you know, where you depart between say 1 to 3 a.m. to the time that your body is acclimatized to. That's when I actually like to take the first break, even if I'm the pilot flying, because it means that I get to sleep a little bit during the window of cardian low. And that's where the sleep is most effective. And, you know, especially if it's a long flight, 12 hours or so, then you get to sleep for 3 hours. I mean, that's really effective. On the other hand side, if I had to get up at 1 a.m. or at midnight or something for a night flight back home, and if I would take the first break, then I would be completely done for if, you know, once we are landing. So it really depends on the time that the break begins. But then again, everyone's doing that differently. For example, there are some who, even if you depart during the window of cardian low, would still go for the last break. For example, because they have to take the car to get back home. And if they have a longer drive ahead of them, you know, why not? So everyone's a little different there. Now, PB Litu has asked a bit earlier, do you use any head tracking software if you're not recording a video? So if I'm flying VFR stuff where I have to look around a lot, then yeah, I do like to use my Tobii eye tracker. But for airliners where you have to be able to click buttons and stuff precisely, I prefer to use the mouse or the joystick. Now Charlie, can the CM3 do the outside check to save time for the other pilots? Yes, absolutely. It's not SOP. SOP is that the pilot monitoring is going to do the outside check. But honestly, in 99% of the cases when you're flying with 3 pilots, that task is going to be delegated to the senior first officer, respectively to the cruise relief pilot. Alright, so let's just set that landing field elevation back to 600. Like that. Then we'll just get up here, and that should pretty much be it. Alright, I kinda like those short flights here. And Nick Farsal says that head tracking for MSFS 24 is horrible, for DCS is a must. I totally agree on DCS. I mean, fighter aircraft are all about looking around and getting as complete of a picture as you can. So yeah, totally agree that for anything involving fighters, it is a must. Because you need your hands on the HOTAS. And Greg2C, it would be a great addition to future video descriptions if you mentioned which sceneries you use in the video. Any chance for that? I did do that when I started the channel, but I found that people are still constantly asking which sceneries you are using, so it basically felt like nobody cared bothering, you know, to read the video description. So that's when I eventually stopped it, but yeah, I think I can start doing it again, if I remember. And there is a fair chance that I may not, but just point me to it a couple times. I'm hopefully going to remember eventually. Hopefully. No promises. I'll try. Okay, so let's see if we can already get some charts for Chicago. So, Chicago. What arrival are we supposed to fly again? 57. Here it is. Okay, and that thing tells us about an ATIS on 135.4. But we're not receiving anything yet, probably still too far out. That happens, that's okay. 1,000 to go. And McBurns, is there ever going to be a stream in German? Probably not, because only 10% of my audience are Germans. And honestly, English is the aviation language, and Germans speak English very well. So I'm probably going to keep it in English just to keep it attractive for the widest audience. It would be a pity to exclude 90% of my channel's audience just to cater to people who speak English very well anyway, which is normally the case for Germans. Like, you know, if Spanish speakers or French speakers or Portuguese speakers do it, then I kinda get it. But for German, I mean, Germans understand it when it's in English, so I feel like I'm not excluding anyone there. And Thomas Mini, Emmanuel, when ATC tells you reduce speed 200, but when they hand you over to tower, they don't say resume normal speed. When should you start reducing to final approach speed? Alright, so that's a very interesting situation, and interestingly enough, that is a situation that creates problems with FGeeks and flight simmers so many times. So here's how this is done in the real world. They give you a speed restriction. Okay. They clear you for the approach. Okay. You know, by a time where it becomes required, you just start reducing the speed. Because at the end of the day, you are responsible for the airplane. And, you know, imagine an airport like Chicago. Imagine an airport like Atlanta, Frankfurt, Heathrow, whatever. ATC is going to be super busy. And honestly, in my opinion, the vast majority of controllers in the real world are not going to relieve you from the last restriction because they simply know that you are going to start to decelerate when you need it. And I know that the internet regularly freaks out when I say that, when I do that. And they're always like, no, you have to do exactly what ATC says. And then I'm like, yeah. But there is a common saying there. If the pilot makes an error, the pilot dies. If an ATC makes an error, it's still the pilot who dies. So, you know. So yeah, of course it depends on your altitude. You know, if you're level anyway, then just start reducing, you know, 10 miles out or so. Basically just prior to glide slope capture. Normally, if you're at about 180 knots when you intercept the glide slope, that's usually a good speed to be at. And it's honestly what ATC expects you to be at as well. Between 160 to 180 until 4 miles, and then reducing further. That's a very normal approach profile. And Jack Wilkinson, if the FO radio panel is selected to COM1, does that automatically tune the captain's frequency too? Yes, it does. However, if you're sitting in an Airbus, it is not going to change the standby frequency. That's a neat little gotcha in the Airbus. When you pre-select something on the standby, it's only ever selected on the on-site radio tuning panel. Alright, so we're just entering the arrival from Zipper, and we have not gotten in contact me yet. I mean, they will eventually send us one, so I'm not gonna bother too soon here. And Thomas, you're welcome. And Axel, your English is very clean and perfectly understandable. Thank you very much, that's really appreciated. Well, let's see if we can get an ATIS by now. Still not. Okay. We do unfortunately not have data link in the Fokker, otherwise I would just request the ADIS via data link. That would be very nice, but unfortunately not happening. But hey, let's use some of the time we have available in the cruise right now to talk about the upcoming giveaway of a copy of iniBuilds' new Chicago airport that we're currently flying to. So the way I'm going to do this is that towards the end of the live stream, when we get to our destination gate, then we are going to ask a question about some information that I gave at some point in this live stream. And that's for whoever gets the correct answer into the chat first is going to get the giveaway copy of Chicago. So that's the way I love to do it. You know, reward the people who've been watching for a long time, or those who are just very knowledgeable. And that's kind of the way I like doing these. And that's how we're going to do it here as well. And Charlie, is my Russian clear and understandable? Suka bliatidi nahui. Is that understandable? And A350 enthusiast, hey, nice to see you back. Am I hoping for a good E-Jet? Oh yeah, I definitely am. But I'm afraid we're probably not going to get one any longer, because, you know, the Flight Sim Studio 1 is somewhere in a market where it has probably got the attention from most people who would potentially spend money on an E-Jet. The only problem is Flight Sim Studios as a company, because, you know, look at their content creator policy, especially clause 8.1, sorry, the other way around, 1.8, saying that if you use one of their add-ons and, you know, if you use one of their add-ons and you say something that, quote, damages the goodwill of Flight Sim Studios, quote end, then you do not have a license to show the product on your stream, and you basically become, you know, the equivalent of a pirate. Now, obviously, that thing is so incredibly illegal that they could never ever sue you for it. But do I want to advertise a product of someone who has an attitude like this towards content creators? Do I want to advertise a product of someone who knew at some point that his product was so bad that they had to force content creators to not say their true opinions any longer by implementing a policy like that? Honestly, I do absolutely not agree with those practices, and therefore I will not feature their add-ons for at least as long as that policy is in place. And even if they ever bother removing it, then I really have to think twice whether I would want to support someone who, you know, ever even dared to do something like that. It just shows a mindset that I do absolutely not agree with. Like, I have no problem featuring products that may not be high-end, like the Latin VFR Airbuses. And you know, as long as the products deliver what they are meant to deliver, what they're advertised to deliver, I can even give something like a Latin VFR Airbus a good rating. And that is absolutely fine, because the developer is offering a package, and you know what's in that package because of correct advertisement, and you know the price, so you can decide if it's worth it for you, and then you can buy it. Totally fine. Even if the product is not high-end, even if it's a very low-end product, that's completely fine with me. But if someone advertises high-end, but the product doesn't meet what's advertised, and then goes to lengths like these to prevent people from speaking up, then that is something that I do not see as worth of supporting. Even if their plane becomes good now, which it may be. I haven't checked it in over a year now. It may be good. But the fact that I'm not allowed to say if I think different, that alone is enough to not want to use it any longer. Alright, by the way, by now we are well on the star, and just looking at VATS by over here, we are probably inside controlled airspace already. Yes, we are. So I'm just gonna try one of the 2 Chicago frequencies and see if they talk to us, and then we'll see.
Chicago Center, hello, United 1369, 10.315, 15,000. United 1369, Chicago Center, climb and maintain flight level 370, resume normal speed. Climb and maintain flight level 370, normal speed, United 1369. United 516, ready speed to 280.
Chicago Center, good afternoon, American 520, level 310.
That was a 516, 290.
516, maintain 280 knots.
280 knots of United 516.
American 520, Chicago Center, hello, squawk 3631.
Squawk 3631, American 520.
United 1732, cross fire, add and maintain 9,000, O'Hare altimeter 2998.
Alright, squawk us in.
United 1732, cross fire.
So, just 30 miles to the top of descent. I think we can at least start with a basic look at our arrival over here.
United 1732.
So, coming in from Zipper.
Fire at 9,000.
Fire at 9,000, United 1732.
Okay, so inbound to
Chicago Center, very good afternoon, United 42, climbing
Mitty, and then we continue via
15,000.
B-Hawk, and that's above 21,000, but also below 260.
370, resume normal speed.
What level does it want to be at?
Maintain 370, resume normal speed, United 42.
At or above 210, let's call it at or below 260. That's probably the better option here. How far to the top of descent? Basically no change. Perfect. Alright, then we continue via Stanley, 280 knots between 17 and 21. And we got Stanley, 280 knots above 17. Well, I think the below 21
contact Chicago approach,
probably more important here. Alright, and then we continue towards Chop, Champagne, and Clisby, whatever that is.
1363, contact Chicago approach 128.57.
So we got Bjork, Stanley, Chop, Champagne, Clisby, 13,000 and 270. That thing should be below 15,000.
Descend and maintain 6,000 to south mid altimeter 3001.
So maintain 6,000.
Like that. Alright, and then we continue towards Fight, 250
516, Chicago approach 128.57.
and 11,000, then Motor and Cox. So there's Fight, Motor, and Cox. And then towards Maddie and Solu. And we got Maddie and Solu, and thereafter Kirk, Vulcan, and Himgo. And that is not correct. Alright, that's the threat, guys. Which runway do we have in here? 27 center. Looking here.
Center, good evening, United 16.
Okay, that's actually correct. Interesting. Okay. So for landing 27 center, we do go south. So it's Giorgio, Monks, and then Tony.
United.
And we got Giorgio, Monks, Tony. So that's actually all correct.
Roger.
Alright, fine with me.
American 520, radar contact. Descend via the Flight 7 arrival, O'Hare altimeter 2998.
Descending via the Flight 7 arrival altimeter 2998, American 520. Alright, 2998 is selected. And descent via the arrival means we go down to 11,000.
November 7, Mike Lima, amend altitude, maintain 16,000.
Maintain 16,000 north on Mike Lima.
November 5, Charlie Charlie, maintain 300 knots.
Alright, descent and 1,000 blue. Alright, so that's all looking good.
United 51 cross
Hey,
pole,
Chapu,
7,
you
maintain
haven't missed the
2000,
giveaway.
over
It's going to be
200,
after landing when we arrive at the gate. You know, it wouldn't be my style to do a giveaway while we're at a totally different airport. That wouldn't sound right.
Got it, 561 cross
Okay,
pole,
so for the approach, we should have a 27 center ILS somewhere. I'm telling you, there's far too many charts over here.
FedEx 91623
Or far too many runways that way around. So, ILS 27 center, that looks like something. Triple 1.9, 273.
12777 9163, everything.
Chicago Center, Jupiter for 32, 50330. JetBlue 7532, Chicago Center, hello, turn right, heading
Like
030
this.
vector for traffic.
Alright, good. Minimum's 853, so 860 basically.
November 5 Charlie Charlie, contact Chicago approach 128.57.
12857, 515 Charlie Charlie, so
And with that, we're basically done setting everything up. Okay, good. So, here we go. Empty descent nav, and down we go. So, landing field elevation is set at 600, and then we can start with the approach briefing, please.
Climb and maintain flight level 320, resume normal speed.
320 normal speed, sun country 266.
Okay, so
November 7 Mike Lima, descend and
for the
maintain
briefing,
6,000.
it's the Flight 7 arrival for an ILS runway 27 center. Minimum safe altitude is 3,600, and the approach minimum 860.
2738, contact
The
Chicago
go around.
119.0.
19-0,
Leads us on heading 290 to intercept the 322 inbound Yunuki, climbing 4,000. Now, extra fuel and time in here is probably not going to be reliable because of the long Fokker arrival, but look at that, even with it. 2,000 pounds, giving us 29 minutes extra. Okay, so that's real easy.
Center 127.77.
Okay, cool. So we got that stuff. Now for the
This is American 6
rest of the arrival over here, we are going to use the flight director guided ILS approach, flaps 25, auto brake low, maximum reverse. Vacate 27 center to the left, and then we have no official hotspots for the taxi. However, the big threat is that we are not so familiar with Chicago Airport, and you know, US ATC. Air traffic control in the States is sometimes interesting. I mean, they're always overworked, they're always understaffed, because their president just doesn't want to have the funds. So, that problem always exists.
That was for 1369?
And yeah, therefore ATC definitely part of what we consider the threat over here. In the real world, by the way. But if the Vatsim guys do it well, then they do emulate the same real world problems on the network as well. So I think it's definitely worth briefing this. So at drag. Alright. Here we go. Speed brakes out. Let's just lose a couple knots here. Like this, looking good. And speed brakes back in again.
128.57.
Alright, good.
128.57, United 1732.
November 7 Mike Lima, Chicago approach 128.5.
Have we got all that?
128.57.
Anything else for the briefing? No? Alright, cool. So, descent checklist, please. Terrain clearance, FMS position checked, weather radar on, pressurization set, MFDs checked, and approach preparation completed. Descent checklist complete. And yeah, Animath, I fully agree. It would be nice if Just Flight added some failures in the future. Now, Mark, do I prefer flying the A330 CEO or Neo? Probably the Neo, because the Neo has a little more direct flight controls. For the CEO, those are available as a retrofit, but they would require new flight control computers, and those are just expensive, and a pilot would no longer be allowed to operate
561 clear to direct holes.
Those aircraft fitted with conventional flight controls, so
32 up and route to O'Hare, advise ready to copy.
Yeah.
Ready, copy, 732.
Sometimes would make sense
7532 clear to direct holes.
Not to do retrofits, and this is one of those. So the Neo just flies more direct, a little bit more like the A320 does. And it's a little more quiet as well. That's always that, even though you don't really hear the engines in the CO either. At least not up in the flight deck. It's different in the cabin, that's for sure. And X-Hapu, which airline does get me better performance in terms of FPS and stutters? Phoenix, iFly, or PMDG? In my opinion, PMDG has the best frame rates out on the market, because their aircraft are just most optimized. Phoenix comes right after that, because they have pretty optimized airplane as well by now. And iFly, yeah, is probably on par with Phoenix. I mean, the iFly is quite okay as well by now. Service Pack 1 did a lot there. Even though the iFly could still use some more fixes to the systems and stuff. So it would be nice to see them do some more work on that. Alright, what's VNF doing there?
We got forward setting 12,000.
Suddenly the profile jumped up 500 feet, okay.
United 561, maintain 300 knots for greater.
And Daniel, did I ever fly the RJ family? Not in the real world, no. In the real world, just the 737NG, 737 MAX, and then the A330. And Matt, do you also have the zoom feature in the Neo? Well, you mean the airport navigation function. That is available as an option on both the CO and the Neo. Jacksmall08 says, hello Emmanuel, I've been watching your channel for a long time and love your content. Keep up the great work. Do you think we could possibly see some short, medium-haul domestic flights in Canada?
Flight level 330.
Maybe. I would certainly be interested in doing some of them, but one of the problems I see there is that there are too many great sceneries available. Like there's Toronto, there's Montreal.
1621, reduce speed to 270.
But even then, with just those two, you know, the others like Halifax, Calgary, Vancouver,
American 6 Charlie, contact Chicago.
They don't have these super good sceneries, if you know what I mean.
28.7, American 6 Charlie, thank you, have a good evening. Breaker 3632, I have a new route to O'Hare.
And Charlie, no, we're gonna do the giveaway once we're down at the gate.
For 3632. Brickyard 3632, cleared direct holes. It's Hotel Uniform Lima Lima Sierra. Join the Watson 4 arrival.
Roger, direct holes. That's Hotel Uniform Lima Lima Sierra and cleared Watson 4 for Brickyard 3632.
Alright, Section H. That's 29998.
American 520, contact Chicago approach 128.57.
128.57, American 520.
United 561, Chicago approach 126.
2777, United 693, good day.
FedEx 9781, reduce speed to 250, then descend and maintain 7,000.
Down to 7,000, we're
alright, so looks like we've got to help it a bit to make sure we meet that Class B restriction. Actually, 5.7 miles, 16,000, it's good enough.
Chicago approach ILS 27 center. 27 center, American 6
Approach United 561, hold 12,000.
United 561, approach ILS 28 center.
Flight level ILS 28 center for United 561, we have Oscar.
Approach American 520 out of 15,500.
American 520, Chicago approach ILS 27 center.
ILS 27 center, American 520.
1575, heavy radar contact, clear direct eBay, climb, maintain 15,000. 1575.
And Mark, hi, nice to see a fellow A330 pilot in here.
Yeah, VTI 583 Chicago approach. Yeah, I told you multiple times direct eBay, climb, maintain 15,000. You're not doing it for me, so I'm going to leave you on that because I'm too busy. American 1363 contact O'Hare Tower 120.75.
And Nick Fossil, thank you very much for watching. See you next time.
United 516 Heavy, 4,000 until established, cleared ILS 28 center approach, maintain 17.
Icing, yeah, engine on the ice on.
Alright, maintain 170.
Wing on the ice as well.
28 center approach for United.
Alright, and after entering the clouds,
32, turn right,
don't need those any longer. So that can go away.
32, turn right,
and the same on the other side as well. And where is our captain?
Charlie, 15 miles from the airport, cleared ILS 27 center approach.
Cleared ILS.
There he is.
Center approach, 5 Charlie Charlie.
Delta 2738, 20 miles from the airport. Descend and maintain 4,000.
Alright, we're a little fast here. Let's not go speeding. Don't want to get myself a citation here. Because citations in the US are probably coming in at a couple of millions. And the cop is probably going to call you silly if you're asking which airport you need to come to get your citation.
Descend 5,000, then speed 210, FedEx 9781 Heavy.
1575 Heavy, Chicago departure.
15, 10-5 Heavy.
And Animef, never understand how to set up VNAV on the Fokker 100 so that it starts off the top of descent. Well, that's quite easy. You dial in the new altitude, and then you pull the knob out. And that arms descent in blue.
That was 5775, clear.
For more details, it's always a good idea to check the product manual as well. Because that type of info is in there. Alright, engine on the ice off. And wing on the ice also off. Here we go.
15,000 direct mobile, United 2277.
Chicago approach, 7532, 12,000.
United 516, contact tower 120.75.
Alright, 20.75 for United 516, see ya.
5 Charlie, Charlie, you as well, tower 120.75.
120.75, Charlie, Charlie.
Delta 2738, reduced speed to 170.
Speed 170, Delta 2738.
Approach United 1621, 12,000.
United 1621 approach, ILS 28 center.
ILS 28 center, United 1621.
United 561 clear direct NEMA, intercept the 28 center localizer, descend to maintain 11,000.
Alright, NEMA and intercept the localizer down to 11,000 for United 561.
Approach, give us about 12,000.
Who's calling?
JetBlue 7532, 12,000.
Alright,
7532 approach, ILS 28 center.
ILS 28 center, 732.
Delta 2730, reduce final approach, speed power now 120.75.
350 enthusiast. No, you didn't miss all that much.
Delta 2732, reduce the final approach, speed tower.
I'm just really paying attention to the ATC right now because I don't want to add to. I don't want to add to him getting annoyed here.
Chicago approach FedEx 9163 Heavy on the Turtle 6.
Thanks, Sapo 340.
Right now. Sky was 5770.
How much have you spent on all sceneries and add-ons together? Ready to share, or is it too much to count? Definitely the latter, but it's going to be a 4-digit sum, that's for sure.
That was 5772 Chicago Center 127.77.
1277.
And Gagandeep, have I ever heard about FDE hackers? What is our opinion about that flight school? I mean, yeah, I
turn rating 180.
heard about them.
180, American 240.
United 1575 clear.
Never looked into them too closely.
Clear direct E-Bake, United 1575.
So if the price is fine, then yeah.
United 1732.
Alright, so,
yeah, I can hear you. I'm a little busy here. FedEx 9781 Heavy, descend to maintain 4,000.
Now the big question, we're at 11,000.
United 561, descend to maintain 7,000.
And there is no further altitude restriction on there.
1621, descend to maintain 7,000.
So we're probably just going to maintain those 11,000 here.
W789, clear direct earn, climb, maintain 15,000.
Anything? Any box or anything? No.
Lanza 433, clear direct Rainer, climb, maintain 15,000.
Flight level 005.
Alright, well, then we're just going to maintain the speed and the altitude, and he's going to call us for further.
Shit. America 6 Alpha Charlie, turn left heading 090, descend to maintain 7,000.
Heading 090, descend 7,000, American 6 Alpha Charlie.
Lanza 433, clear direct Rainer.
And G-Pilot, yeah, I do agree. And I will share my Moza profiles once they're properly worked out. That's my main thing here. I'm kind of tweaking them all the time, but haven't come to like them completely yet.
Clear to earn, climb, maintain 15,000, W789.
Approach FedEx 9163 Heavy on Turtle 6.
FedEx 9163 approach ILS.
And MVP go, that's a good question. If I configure for a Cat 1 ILS and enter Cat 1 minimums and I see bad weather at the landing and the FMA says the plane is capable for a Cat 2 or 3 landing, am I allowed to do an auto land even though I entered a Cat 1 minimum? Yes, you are.
Chicago approach.
However, you must still see the runway at the Cat 1 minimum because you are flying a Cat 1 approach. The airplane is capable of auto landing, provided in the real world there are certain provisions that need to be met, like you have to be able to see the runway at the minimum, the airline has to certify the runway for that.
Writing 300, intercept the 27 center localizer.
So there's always that,
for the 27
but
center localizer, American 240.
generally speaking, you can auto land from a Cat 1 approach. You just have to observe the Cat 1 minima. And of course be prepared for something going wrong, because there is a good chance that things might go down the wrong way. You know, if someone enters your if someone enters your no transgression zone on the ground, then the signals can bend and that kind of stuff, so
Chicago approach United 863,
there's a certain chance of that
11,000,
happening. So just be prepared to take over if it does.
LS28 Center United 863.
And Charlie, what happens if the captain becomes incapacitated during a low visibility approach and an auto land? Well, you go around and you pick an airport where you do not have to do an auto land. That's the official answer from the manual. In practical terms, however, you know,
United 2247, 5000.
think about whether that's the best option.
Sun's at 433, climb maintain.
If you think a landing can be executed safely, and you can just stop the airplane on the runway and get an ambulance to save the captain,
433 contact Chicago Center.
it's an emergency. You do have the final authority. But the books by default want you to go around and divert.
Clear direct pumpkin. 2274 47 clear direct D-Bay, climb maintain 15,000.
And A350 enthusiast, yes, we need to tell people to turn their phones off during an auto land. We absolutely need to do that.
Mobile 15,000 American 1470.
JetBlue 789 contact Chicago.
That's because the phones can interfere with the radio altimeter, and the last thing you want is incorrect radio altimeter data on an auto landing.
JetBlue 789.
American 240, 4,000 until established, cleared ILS 27 center approach.
4,000 till established, cleared ILS 27 center, American 240.
Now, new place.
2561.
What are some hard truths about being a pilot that no one talks about everywhere? Well, you have to work at absolutely shitty times.
For United 561.
Like,
United 561, turn left heading 180.
I'm going on a 3-day trip tomorrow, and you can be sure that I'm going to miss the World Cup final.
1621 to center
You can be sure that I'm not going to see my girlfriend tomorrow when she's got off.
4,000, clear for ILS 28 center, United 6421.
FedEx 9781, turn left heading 36.
Left turn 36.
And Matt, is the plane Wi-Fi free for crew members? Well, yeah, in most cases the crew devices are going to be connected automatically. However,
okay, that's fine.
only those apps that are operationally required are going to be available. So you will not be able to watch Netflix with it.
American 6 Alpha Charlie, descend and maintain 4,000, turn right heading 180.
4,000 heading right heading 180 is American 6 Alpha Charlie.
United 1732, turn right heading 270.
270, United 1732.
United 1575, heavy, turn right heading 180.
And an A350 enthusiast, oh you bet I got some very nice in-flight pictures of other aircraft.
240, contact tower 120.75.
2075 for O'Hare Tower, American 240, thank you.
American 3663, climb maintain 15,000.
And A350 enthusiast, the EFBs are basically given to us, so we take them home after every duty.
100.
Which is kind of good, because number one, it means that we have access to all the manuals and everything at home, but it also means that we have to do all the maintenance on the EFB, like keeping the databases up to date, updating the apps and stuff like that. And Xapu, yeah, both pilots and controllers have recognized my voice in the real world. It's always funny because oftentimes I don't necessarily talk about my YouTube channel with my colleagues at work. With some I do, with others I don't.
520, descend and maintain 7,000.
American 520, descend and maintain 7,000.
At 1621, cleared ILS 28 center approach at Hazel Tower 120.75.
Alright, level change and 7000 blue. I think he had to say it twice, but he got blocked the first time, so
Charlie, turn
not
right
much we could do about that.
Up the 27 center localizer.
Heading 270.
Oh, let's do 1500 here, that's going to do the job. Well, let's see, we got 10 miles that direction, 5 miles there, 10 there.
44, heavy clear direct laner, climb maintain 15,000.
Let's do 2,000 feet a minute, that's going to be fine.
Climb maintain 15,000.
Alright then, we're approaching 10,000.
3663, contact Chicago
Light
center
signs and approach.
134.87 for
Okay,
American.
that's all looking good. Then let's
United 2426.
do the approach
direct,
checklist. Seatbelts on, approach settings checked and set. True briefing completed. Altimeters 2998, and that's the approach checklist complete. Greyhound, do I work for an airline? I do.
FedEx 9163, descend and maintain 8,000.
And A-Wind, I flew out of Chicago when you did. I almost didn't realize it was you. Checked YouTube and it was. Yeah, sometimes it happens.
United 863.
United 2240.
Sometimes it certainly does.
Chicago Center 134.87.
Alright, let's go down to 1,000 feet a minute here. Like that.
United 1575, turn right heading 270.
Our TCAS looks interestingly clear. I mean, we are in the below mode. The thing is on.
134.87.
But for some reason, I don't see any traffic here.
944 heavy.
That's
2426. Chicago
that's not how this sounds.
13487, United 2426.
Blue 7532, 15 miles from the airport. 4,000.
You know, it sounds like our TCAS should be completely full, but
4,000 established clear.
neither on the captain's nor on my display.
6 Alpha Charlie, descend and maintain 4,000.
Even though it is definitely on.
Established, cleared ILS 27
Interesting.
center approach.
Heading 4 drop down to established clear left for 27 center, American 6 Charlie.
American 1470, contact Chicago.
So, would you look at this?
13487, American 14.
Looks like we're going right over downtown Chicago.
360.
Left 360, United 561.
FedEx 9781.
A new place, yeah, I've been in Turkish airspace, and honestly, they've been pretty good.
Cleared ILS 28 center, FedEx 9781 heavy.
Roger, United 2331, 5,000.
And 350 enthusiast, no, I haven't seen the new United upgrade to the CRJ 200.
2331, 5,000.
2331, departure radar contact, clear direct eBay, climb maintain 15,000.
15,000 direct eBay, United 2331.
Rouge 508, clear direct eBay, climb maintain 15,000.
And A-Wind, you're right below an A300 above you. Huh, interesting.
Okay, I hear you like 3 by 5.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Chicago approach, Wolfer 74 kilo, do you receive us?
Let's switch that TCAS to
Who's calling
above.
and what?
Wolfer 74 kilo for Chicago approach. We are 11.110.
Yeah, he's there. Okay.
Bricker 3632, ILS 28 center. I don't know if that's you. JetBlue 7532, O'Hare Tower now 120.75.
Now, would you look at that?
Bricker 6 Alpha Charlie.
Good old Mike's field in front of
O'Hare
us.
Tower 120.75.
What's the 075? Thank you very much.
And here's Chicago for you guys.
561, turn left heading 290, intercept the 28 center localizer.
290, intercept the 28 center localizer, United 561.
Wolfer 74 kilo. Reduce speed to 250, plan the ILS 28 center.
25 for Austin.
Delta 871, passing 5,000.
Delta 871, departure radar contact, clear direct Bacon.
Direct Bacon 8, Delta 871.
Now, if we just ignore that cargo ship down there for a moment, I would say that was pure MSFS gold. Overflying downtown Chicago.
1575.
And the good old Mike's field down there as well.
Center here. I'm going to have you direct. Bow to join the ILS 27 center.
No, 56 over. We come back in for landing.
Yeah, 1575, heavy clear direct bow.
Thanks, Sapu. No, there is no city pack included in the scenery. This is the default Chicago.
Yeah, 15 safe over.
Well, I do think it is with the world update. I do think the world update did update Chicago.
75. 1575, climb and maintain 15,000.
Alright, here we are again.
Direct.
So let's just get a captain right back.
Climb maintain 15,000 direct D, but 1575.
Bro. Chicago approach, good day, you're Brickyard 3632 with Sierra at 12,000.
Brickyard 3632, Chicago approach, ILS 28 center.
ILS 28 center at 3632.
Rouge 508, contact Chicago Center 134.87.
Chicago
A new place. Do I think that having an engineering degree before becoming a pilot is an advantage? Well, yeah. In case you lose your medical at some point, it is an advantage. Otherwise, for flying, only if you...
Descend and maintain 4,000, turn left heading 360.
Descend and maintain 4,000, left 360, American 520.
FedEx 9163, reduce speed to 210.
Reduce speed 210, 9163, yes.
Yeah, 1732, cleared direct.
Right, heading 360, 4,000, vertical speed.
Clear direct, bro.
And then let's put Gurmy on top.
7 center localizer. United 1732.
Delta 871, climb, maintain 15,000.
Live.
Climb maintain 15,000.
That's checked.
Delta 871. 303, reduce speed to 250, then descend and maintain 7,000.
The procedures in United States
FedEx 9163, descend and maintain 5,000, turn left heading 360.
Deselecting 115 there because some people are constantly talking on it.
Brickyard 3632, clear direct Mima, intercept the 28 center localizer.
Clear direct Mima to intercept the ILS 28 center, 28 left localizer for Brickyard 3632.
FedEx 9781.
Alright, heading 360, and guys, as much as I would love to keep answering all the comments, let's just focus on the flying party right now.
Turn left heading 280, intercept the 28 center localizer.
Left 280, and we were expecting 27 center.
Well, if you were on 27 center, why didn't you fly the north transition? Okay, turn left heading 290, intercept the 27 center localizer.
Left 270 to intercept the 27 center localizer, and we aren't on the north transition because the chart clearly says that we proceed on the south transition for 27 center.
FedEx 9163, turn left heading 290.
He didn't like that one, but I don't care. Here it is, very clearly. Landing runway 27 center, south transition. Very clearly on there.
Direct Mima now.
27 left and right are the north transitions. But the center, clearly down there.
Order Center 134.87 on the 1575.
Delta 871, contact Chicago Center 134.87.
13487, Delta 871, good one.
American 520, cleared ILS 2827 center approach at Driscoll, O'Hare Tower 120.75. At 561 at Hazel, sorry, at
Alright, 1,000 to go.
120.75.
So, 21 miles out.
Yeah, 561 might be a little high there though. You want to go around?
Nope, we're going to go ahead and dive it. Spend less time yelling at people, and we'll join the approach, 561.
Yeah, 863, turn left heading 360, descend and maintain 5,000.
Left turn 360 down to 5,000, United 873.
American 520, clear the ILS 27 center approach at Driscoll Tower 120.75.
Cleared ILS 27 center at Driscoll Tower 1205, American 520. Thanks, see ya.
At 17,
Chicago departure, Connie 5712,
approach, maintain 210 knots.
Yeah, it's 1732, got stepped on there, so yeah.
At 1732.
Okay, at Driscoll, we're gonna call the,
ILS 27 center approach.
At Driscoll, we are gonna call that controller, lock capture, looks good, 17 miles out.
Chicago departure, Connie 5712, 5,000.
Connie 5712, heavy departure, radar contact, clear direct Duffy, climb.
Alright, there is no published speed restriction on here. Then we are just gonna start reducing at 15 miles.
Turn left heading 290, intercept the localizer.
Left turn 290 to intercept the United 863.
Wolfer 74 kilo. Tried calling you earlier, can you hear me?
Yes, 505.
Wolfer 74 kilo, plan the ILS 28 center, descend and maintain 8,000.
Alright, so 180 knots are selected.
Yeah, 303, descend and maintain 5,000, then reduce speed to 210.
Not 5,210 on the speed, United 303.
Glass slope alive.
Chicago approach, United 1209 at holding at 12,000.
United 1209 Chicago approach, ILS 28 center.
Alright, so guys,
United 1209.
keep those questions for after the landing.
Flight slope captured. Speed check, flap 8.
Yeah, looks good.
Well, for 74 kilo, for 28 center, turn left heading 36.
Speed check, gear down.
Nope, not yet. Okay, glide stop capture, and
We never got a runway assignment.
4000 is selected for the missed
28 center.
approach.
Sweet center. 3-0.
Unless you're planning for something else.
No, we're good for 28 center. Okay.
Alright, let's go over the tower. Quiet tower, good afternoon, American 520, ILS 27 center. Gear down. And then 138 will be final. Tower, good afternoon, American 520, ILS 27 center. According to this, tower is 121 decimal 15. And 12075 seems the correct frequency. Approach should have corrected that read back. Or maybe I've got it wrong, doesn't matter.
Speed
Tower,
check,
tower, American 520, ILS 27 center.
American 520 over tower, runway 27 center, clear to land.
27 center clear land, American 520. Okay, flaps 25. Speed check, flaps 25.
Yeah, 2317, flighting 180.
And the landing checklist. Cabin.
American 4647, fly the runway heading, runway 22 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 22 left on runway heading.
Cabin is warned, altimeters
United to
2998 set, missed approach altitude 4000 set, landing gear down, lift dampers armed, and flaps 25. Landing checklist complete.
Alaska 1825, runway 27 left at
All right.
Tango, line up point.
Line up at weight 27, left Alaskan 1825.
So, all manual.
1825, traffic crosses downfield.
You can see when it's as busy as it is for a landing like this, it's a good idea to keep the automatics in for as long as possible so that you can deal with other stuff and just monitor rather than having to fly actively. But once all the other stuff is done, like now we are talking to tower, we got the landing clearance, we have completed the landing checklist. Now we are absolutely going to have some fun doing some manual flying here.
American 4647, contact departure 128.57.
128.57 for American 4647, thanks for the service here.
Okay, so let's make this a good one. And remember guys, once we're at the gate and the airplane is shut down, we are going to do the giveaway of one copy of iniBuilds' brand new Chicago scenery that we're about to land on.
Alpha Charlie, crossing 27 left at Romeo, hold short of golf, contact ground 121.9er.
Crossing runway 27 left, we are Romeo and holding short of golf and ground 21.9er.
Yeah, a little bit of turbulence here. Not too bad, but existent.
FedEx 9163 Heavy O'Hare Tower, runway 28 center, clear to land, you can plan the left turn off.
Clear to land 28 center, left turn off. FedEx 9163.
O'Hare Tower, United 1732, ILS 27 center.
United 1732 O'Hare Tower, runway 27 center, clear to land.
27 center, clear to land, United 1732.
Reverse.
Alaska 1, correction Alaska 1825, fly the runway heading, runway 27 left Tango, Tango, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway heading Alaska 1825.
Manual brakes. 60 knots. Gonna let it roll to the high-speed exit. And well,
60 knots.
That's a landing that I was fairly happy with.
United 1732, possibility we might have to go around, we're way too high on the approach.
Unit 1732, roger, let me know.
At 1732, we have to go around.
United 1732, track to localizer, maintain 2,500.
Track to localizer, maintain 2,500, United 1732.
Alright, welcome to Chicago. Kind of waiting for the ATC call here.
American 520, turn left on Echo, cross 4 left, Bravo, hold short 27 left.
Left on Echo, cross 4 left at Bravo, and hold short where?
Left Echo, cross 4 left on Echo, hold short of 27 left on Bravo.
Alright, so left on Echo, cross 27 left on Echo, hold short Bravo, American 520.
American 520, cross 4 left on Echo, hold short of 27 left on Bravo.
Okay, cross 4 left on Echo, hold short, 27 left on Bravo, American 520, sorry.
No problem, Alaska 1825, turn right heading 360.
Right turn heading 360, Alaska.
Alright, so left over here.
Tower United 863, Seika 28 Center.
Okay, so Echo, Bravo, hold short, 27 left.
5 trail, FedEx 7011.
28 Center, clear to land, United
Okay.
863.
So, that was a fairly easy one. I definitely enjoyed that one. Yeah, A-Wind, Chicago taxi moment. You name it, mate. You name it. But we got here. We made it. Alright, so let's just configure those lights. Like this, and we're gonna wait with the APU, because we are not gonna do single engine taxi on a Fokker.
Yeah, 1732, contact Chicago, approach 128.57.
128.57, United 1732.
So, cross 4 left, that's here, and we are clear to cross. Clear on the left side, and clear on the right side. Strobes on. Just a small word over here, you may notice a couple of microstutters in the simulation right now. Those did not exist when I was not logged into VATSIM. So when I started the live stream we were on sane tensions, and with that we had perfect performance. Now on VATSIM we do have a couple of stutters over here, and I think those are for the simple fact that there's a huge amount of traffic here at the moment.
What's parking on?
And yeah, MSFS seems to have some performance problems with that. Now, I really gotta say that for the size of the airport, Chicago has quite the amazing performance.
Sorry, last aircraft second.
Establish on the ice 28, landing in sea.
Calling 28 Center, you are, you're coming in really choppy, but you're clear to land runway 28 Center, no need to acknowledge.
Alright, so,
Tower, Alaska 1825.
now, Jimmy, what's my favorite regional jet in MSFS? Very clearly this Fokker. Very, very clearly.
75, Alaska.
128.57.
12857, thank you, Alaska 1825.
We got the
Okay, so Bravo's next to the right.
Sorry, calling, I believe it's Whiskey Lima Foxtrot 74 Kilo Air Tower, runway 28 Center, clear to land.
Hey, from Coland, we're 7 Kilo, runway 28 Center.
Alright, let's just turn those jobs back off. Should have done that right off the runway crossing.
United 863 is off the
We're not clear to cross 27 left. Got to hold short here.
Short of Golf, United 863.
Okay, approaching 27 left. I do trust the tower to see us over here, and if he is not talking for such a long time, then it's probably because he is coordinating something. So let's just stop here for a second. Parking brakes are set. Okay, so yeah. Whoa, that guy's taking his turn quick.
Wolfer 74 Kilo, turn right, Papa, hold short of Golf Golf.
Alright, and he's the only one, so with a bit of luck...
Wolfer 74 Kilo, right turn, Papa, hold short of
With
Golf
a bit of
Golf.
luck, we should get the crossing clearance any moment here. And
Right
break out
on,
E170. Not 100% sure which gate we're going to. Tower hasn't told us yet, but if they're asking us, then we're absolutely going to.
United 863, give way to a FedEx.
Right back here
at Golf
on the Lima,
Cross
like
22,
Lima
Golf
21,
Golf,
Lima
turn
20-ish.
left, Lima, hold short of Echo Echo.
Alright, give way to the FedEx here at Golf Golf, and Golf Golf, cross 28 right.
Alright guys, enough of that music.
Left turn Lima, hold short Echo Echo, United 863.
United 303, O'Hare Tower, runway 28 center, clear to land.
28 center, clear to land for United 03, sorry.
And John, yeah, the music is in the sim. It's included in the aircraft. They do have an aft landing music there. American 520, short of 27 left.
American 520, sorry, monitor, or correction, call the other tower frequency, and call the other tower 126.9, they'll cross you.
1269, thanks, see ya. Yeah, he's probably a little busy. Who could blame him? Chicago Tower, American 520, short 27 left in Bravo.
American 520, or tower cross runway 27 left at Bravo, contact ground 121.9er. Good day.
Cross 27 left in Bravo, ground 11.9er, American 520, good day. Okay, clear to cross, strobes on, lights on, and, well, can't really see much.
Skywest 5956.
But here we go, and the right side is the departure, but he's far enough out, that's all good, then let's call ground. Ground low, American 520, crossing 27 left in Bravo.
American 520, welcome to parking.
Parking Lima 20, American 520.
Alright, Lima 20, taxi via Bravo, and then Alpha 15.
Bravo Alpha 16 to Lima 20, American 520. So, Bravo is straight ahead all the way, and Alpha 16 to, well, Alpha 15 to the gate. He said 15, even though I wrote down 16. So that's fine, we know where we're going now, so let's get ourselves some ground services. That's far too many of those. Terminal 3, Concourse L, that looks like it. And Lima 20. No follow me needed. Alright. So, then we're on the way in, and remember guys, once we reach the gate, we are going to do our giveaway for one copy of iniBuilds' fantastic new Chicago scenery that we are just taxiing on. Alright, so here's the gates that we are looking for. Now we're gonna go a little bit further forward. Here's Alpha 16, we're gonna take Alpha 15. Just to be 100% sure there, yeah, 15 to those gates, right? Actually, no, 16. Which is right over here. Alright, so we're entering over here, parking over there. This is really where it's absolutely golden to have a second pilot available, just to help you with that. You know, one guy is looking out and steering the airplane, while the other is looking at the charts and getting his stuff right. Alright, start APU.
Taxi via Lima Lima Bravo.
And we can also turn the lights off already. So, right, down there are some vehicles, that's probably going to be our gate.
63.
Okay, that's Lima 22, Lima 21, and then Lima 20 will be next. So, lights are off, and the radar. Of course I forgot the radar.
We don't mind, we just actually the left turn so we would just select the north gate available.
Alright, here we are.
I didn't really hear you. If you don't care, just go ahead and continue straight ahead and pick your physical gate right ahead.
A7 control controls, we're making a right turn onto the ramp and then just take the gate. Mike 10, then for Q.
Okay, Lima 20 looks good. Then the guidance system is inoperative. Okay, lovely. Not.
Yeah, 863. No, you got it.
Well, I'm just gonna stop her somewhere over here. Because we are basically all the way down. Okay, parking brake is set, the lights are off, and the APU is available. Shut down.
Having through, don't mind my doing check.
It's so strange when the air conditioning noise suddenly goes out, isn't it? Alright, anyway, here we are, and I think we've done everything, but let's ask, first of all, GSX for the deboarding, and then the after parking checklist. Parking brake set, disarm lights announced, fuel levers shut, transponder standby, seatbelts off, exterior lights set, anti-ice off, fuel pumps off, window and probe heat off, and that's the after parking checklist complete. Alright, so they're connecting everything down here. And with that, welcome to Chicago O'Hare. Hope you enjoyed the flight with us. Now let's go ahead and do the giveaway here. So, as I mentioned earlier, for the giveaway, it's going to be the answer to a question. Whoever gets it right first is going to win one copy of iniBuilds Chicago O'Hare Airport. Now, I did give the answer to this one in the course of the live stream, so you all should be able to answer that. So, my question today is going to be Fokker related. Are you all ready? And by the way, you can close Google. You are hopefully not going to find this one, because I got it directly from a Fokker pilot. Now, what I told you earlier in the turnaround over in Minneapolis, when we thought about which seat to fly from, I told you that that jump seat down here can be a pretty annoying thing. Especially when you get it out, you look at the jump seat, and you see that, you know, there's this stabilization going on down here, but there are circumstances under which the jump seat can actually let's just call it misfold, and the pilot can actually get stuck somewhere in that area over here. And there is only one embarrassing way out of that. What way is it? What do you have to do if you get stuck in that area when you're trying to sit down on the jump seat? How are you gonna get out? Alright guys, you're actually good. You're actually darn good. Now, let me see. The first one to answer was GWPH. They have to open the door. And you're absolutely right with that. The only way to get out of that, if you get stuck over here, is really the cabin crew needs to open that door. And that way, let me show you. when they open that door, you're basically falling kind of like into the cabin. Believe me, your passengers are gonna be super happy with you. And honestly, we should be happy that back in the days when the Fokker was a thing, people didn't have mobile phones yet, because that would have created some super funny funny images. So happy that that hasn't happened. And yeah, GWPH, you're right, you all did pay attention. Man, you guys are good. And you watched the stream for so long. Don't you have anything better to do with your time? Alright, thank you very much. GWPH, do send me do send me an email, please, to ngdriver737@gmail.com. That's my email address for the channel. Yeah, it still goes back to the old username. Remember when the channel was called 737ngdriver? Good old days. Do send me an email there. Do also include some proof that it's really you and not somebody pretending to be you, so that I can verify you, and then also let me know the email address of your iniBuilds account, so that I can forward all of that to them to get you the copy, please. The email address is ngdriver737@gmail.com, and you can also find it on my channel's main page if you go onto the About section and then the contact details. You gotta pass a little captcha over there, and then you're able to get the email address in writing over there as well. Okay, so guys, that was an absolutely lovely live stream. I do hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. Now, let me just stroll up a little bit, just to see if there were any questions that I missed earlier on the approach. I mean, yes, there were. Obviously, we'd be standing here for a long, long time if we couldn't... might be standing here for a long, long time if I answered everything, but just scrolling through it, of what's been said over there, and... New Place had an interesting one. The gear should go down on 5 mile final, right? I see some captains putting them down at 7 or 10. Are there specific cases that changes the timing of putting the gear down? Yeah, well, it really depends on the standard operating procedure of the airline in question. Like, many use 6 miles, some use 4 miles, think Ryanair, 4 miles in VMC, 5 miles in IMC. Others use something totally different, so you are going to find a lot of different information on that. I think it's mostly around 6 miles. Now, Yui asked earlier, is there a sound bug with double voices? No, but the problem is that my microphone picks up what the speakers say, and therefore I end up re-recording what the airplane says, and then it's reintroduced into the stream like that. Alright, Monster Matt, thank you very much for helping with the FOAFB. That one was really appreciated. I didn't know that trick either before. As said, was the first time that we flew the Fokker from the right-hand seat, even though I'm sure there are going to be more times. So, yeah, guys, that's going to be it for today's flight. Thank you very much for flying along. I do hope you enjoyed it. Leave your feedback in the comments underneath the video. As always, like, comment, and subscribe. And if you really love what I'm doing on this channel, I would appreciate a small donation through the Buy Me Coffee link in the video description below. Thank you very much for flying along. I'm really looking forward to see you all on the next one, and have a fantastic weekend, everyone.